prices, of not being able to fill up their grocery cart because of the spending in Washington for Washington at their expense. And so what does this bill do? It says we're finally going to turn that around and deliver a bill that focuses on families in America. You know, we hear a lot from the other side, Mr. Speaker, about billionaires, tax cuts for billionaires. You go look at this bill. Everybody's had the opportunity to read the bill. They actually read the whole bill on the Senate floor. Only took 14 hours. And if you listened, one of the things you'd find out, Mr. Speaker, is there are some new tax cuts in this bill, but not for billionaires. So then it would beg the question, why does the other side keep hiding behind billionaires as their excuse to vote no? Because they made a decision, Mr. Speaker, early off, they don't want to give people back their money. They want to keep that power in Washington. That's really what's at stake here. That's the big fight that has been going on for years. The other side won that fight the last few years by raising taxes, raising spending, growing Washington. And while they did that, families in America suffered. Inflation went up for those hardworking families while Washington grew. Interest rates grew up to the point they couldn't even afford to buy a first-time home because Washington grew. And we said it's enough that Washington has to finally start living within Washington's means so that families in America can finally start living the American dream again. That's what this bill focuses on, Mr. Speaker. And how do we do it? We do it, number one, by locking in rates for everybody. Nobody's taxes go up, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's. Now, the other side's upset about that, and I understand it, because they don't want just the billionaires to go up, because they know in this bill the income groups that get hit the hardest if a no vote prevails. And we've heard them, they're all going to vote no, Mr. Speaker. But if a no vote prevails, the income groups that get hit the hardest are the lower and middle income groups of America. And they know that. They're watching this vote. And you can say billionaires all day long. But you know what the new tax cuts in this bill are? Because there are new tax cuts. For the waiter and waitress who's working maybe 2-3 shifts at a restaurant, at a diner, barely getting by. That's the new tax cut that we're putting in this bill. And so you would say, well, then how could the other side possibly vote against that? But, Mr. Speaker, they are. And maybe a focus group told them that if they curse enough and if they say billionaires enough, those families will forget what's actually happening. But they're not going to forget because they're paying attention. You know what the average pay for a worker in America who makes tip money is under this bill? $32,000 a year. That's right. Billionaires aren't even allowed to be eligible for that tax break. But the waitress who's working 2-3 shifts, barely getting by, making $32,000 a year, finally gets a little bit more money. And yes, every Democrat has bragged over here that they're going to vote against that. They don't want that waitress to get that money back in her pocket. But we're going to make sure she gets that tax break, Mr. Speaker, because she's struggling. She maybe wants to put together a college fund for her kid. Maybe she wants to take her family on a vacation. And she's going to have that opportunity when this bill passes. You know who else we're going to give opportunity to, Mr. Speaker, in this bill? The other tax cut. Sorry, it's not a billionaire again. It's that shift worker working overtime. Not the billionaires. Person that's showing up at the factory, making stuff in America, who's paying taxes on the overtime, but they're away from their family, and they're looking at that check at the end of being away from their family for a few extra hours, and they're trying to make ends meet for their family, and they go, geez, I've got to get all that extra money back to the government. Is it worth being away from my family? And we say, you know what? Yeah, normal tax rates apply on everything else, but if you work overtime, you're not going to pay taxes on that overtime. Somebody making $60,000 a year, not the billionaire. Say billionaire enough, and maybe that shift worker won't know what you're doing, but Mr. Speaker, they do know. They do know what's about to happen because everybody's watching this vote, and that's a good thing because that shift worker deserves that extra money back. Might not seem a lot to somebody who deals with billions and trillions of dollars up here in Washington and grows agencies by 20, 30% every couple of years and just thinks if you double the size of an agency over 5 years, somebody's going to pay for that. Well, you know who's paying for it? That hardworking family. You know, we clean up waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's been mocked by the other side. They think it's cool to mock what we're doing to finally root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Let the other party, Mr. Speaker, be the defender of waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington, but we're cleaning it up in this bill. USDA has pointed out that there's about $10 billion a year in waste just in the SNAP program. Fraud, improper payments. Not going to children that you hear about on the floor and not all these other. It's going to improper payments, to fraud. $10 billion a year. But, Mr. Speaker, when you hear about the billionaires and you say, well, how could anybody vote against this bill? Think about what a no vote means. Because I'm proud of the yes vote that we're about to cast to help those families. But everybody who votes no, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it, everybody who votes no is going to be asked a question by that waitress making $32,000 a year saying, why do you want me to pay more money in my tips so that $10 billion of fraud goes out in the SNAP program? Because you voted against cleaning it up and you voted against no tax on tips. That's the no vote. You can't hide behind the billionaire anymore. You're going to have to face the reality, Mr. Speaker, that this bill actually delivers for the working families of this country who have been struggling. They haven't been living on easy street the last 4 years, but they went to the polls in November and said, we want to try a different approach. And this is that different approach, to give them more power, to give them more opportunity. You know we're giving opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to in this bill. Again, if you're going to vote no, this is what the no vote will take away. We actually create something unique in this bill. Hadn't been talked about yet, but it's in the bill. I'm real proud of it. We create opportunity in school choice for every, not billionaire, low-income families. Every low-income family in America will be eligible for a scholarship so that their kid can go to the school of their choice if they're in a failing school. Now, you vote no, Mr. Speaker. How do you tell that family that their kid doesn't have the same opportunity they deserve that every other kid in America can have? If somebody can afford it, they can go to a private school. But if that low-income family can't afford it, we're finally giving them a lifeline in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and saying you can have the same opportunity. But a no vote says that you don't think that that parent deserves the same opportunity? And then you hide behind billionaires. There's going to be no hiding, Mr. Speaker. We all know when this board lights up what the consequences are. And why do we say there's going to be a golden era in this country? We're securing our border in this bill, too. We're opening up American energy in this bill. Everywhere from the North Slope of Alaska to, yes, the Gulf of America, where President Biden had shut down American energy. He green-lighted Russia's Nord Stream pipeline so Russia could produce their energy, funding billions of dollars to go fund their war against Ukraine. But in America, we were shut down. We open it up in this bill, Mr. Speaker. American workers get to produce American energy, not just for America. It's going to lower the price at the pump. Again, you're a middle-income family. The billionaire doesn't care what the cost of gasoline is. You know who does? That waitress making $32,000 a year saves that tip money. Maybe she can go on a trip and get in her car and drive and afford the gasoline now because we'll be producing more. We actually have lease sales in this bill for once so we can produce energy in America. We have great natural resources. We just had them shut down for 4 years by an administration that said no to American energy, said yes to other countries' energy. Iran was able to sell their oil on world markets thanks to the previous administration. That party's over. And when America starts producing more energy, not only does it help lower the price for families here in America, not only does it create great jobs here in America, but all the bad guys around the world, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, you name your country, they're not going to have a cartel-like exclusive license on global energy anymore. because America's going to be back in the game. Let's get this country back in the game. Let's get this country back on track. Let's actually promote opportunity in the American dream again for anybody who wants it. You want to work, there's going to be more opportunity than you've ever had before. If you're disabled on Medicaid, right now you've been crowded out of those programs by people turning down work. Able-bodied people, 35-year-olds sitting at home playing video games. They're going to now have to go get a job. That's right. And by the way, that's a good thing for them. Their mom doesn't want them sitting in the basement playing video games anyway. But now it no longer will be crowding out Medicaid for the truly needy people who deserve it. The disabled people will not be getting crowded out of those programs by people who can actually go get a job, and there are going to be a lot of great jobs, Mr. Speaker, a lot of great jobs in this country. America's coming back. You can vote no all day long, and you can hide behind billionaires all day long, but we're going to keep moving forward because this country doesn't sit down in the fetal position. America's ready for a rebirth, and we're going to deliver it. President Trump is at the helm now. It's a new day. World leaders know it. The bad guys know it around the world. But you know what? Those hardworking families who have been waiting for this relief for a long, long time are finally going to realize help is on the way because Republicans in Congress, any Democrats that want to join, Mr. Speaker, are free to, but they're bragging that they don't want to be a part of this. But you know what? The hardworking families of America are hungry for this kind of change. Take power away from Washington, give it back to the people, and watch what happens. Great things are ahead for this country. Greatest country in the history of the world. We are finally going to give and restore that great American dream and that hope for those families who have been waiting way too long. That help is coming. We're going to pass this bill. President Trump's going to sign it. It's going to be a great 4th of July. Let's pass the bill, Mr. Speaker. I yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
I can't wait with the Republican Party to meet that waitress who's making $32,000 a year and tell her in this tax bill the Republican Party just gave her 68 cents more a day. Because that's the reality of what this tax bill is about. But we could also say in the next breath, if you made $1 million last year, you're going to get $96,000. Yes. This is a fact-free argument. They're making this argument out that the person at the bottom is going to do well in contrast to the person at the top. There's simply no factual basis to that. And by the way, the party of fiscal rectitude, they're borrowing $5 trillion to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. I yield back my time here.
Will the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I represent one of the poorest congressional districts in this country, and I can tell you this piece of legislation are for those working families, those small business owners, those farmers that are doing everything they can just to get by. It is not for the millionaires and the billionaires. How many waitresses who are tipped are billionaires? How many billionaires work hourly jobs and overtime? None. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, from the Gospel of Matthew, where I was hungry and you gave me food, I was thirsty and you gave me drink, I was a stranger and you took me in, I was naked and you clothed me, I was sick and you visited, I was in prison and you came unto me. Inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of my brothers, you've done it unto me. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us takes food and drink from the mouths of the poor. It takes health care from the sick. And a vote for this bill betrays these gospel teachings, and in our heart, all of us know it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
How much time is remaining, Mr. Speaker?
3.5 minutes.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished minority whip, the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for his leadership. As we are here in the early morning hours, 60% of the families in this country cannot afford the basics. 60% of Americans cannot afford that first rung of the American dream. This is an existential failure of the wealthiest nation on earth. And now, with this big, ugly bill, Republicans are on the verge of moving that dream further out of touch, of making people sicker and poorer. We hear the message. If you do not have great wealth, you do not matter to the GOP. If you vote for this cruel monstrosity, you are condemning families to poverty. You are condemning seniors and veterans in this country to hunger. You are condemning children to sickness without treatment. You are voting to enrich billionaires at the expense of what makes us American, our freedom to build a better life for our families. The American people overwhelmingly oppose this bill, and they will not forget if you sell out their freedom this Independence Day. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
Yeah. I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Leaders recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Richie Neal, for yielding and for his tremendous leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill, this disgusting abomination, the GOP tax scam that guts Medicaid, rips food from the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans, and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks. Every single Democrat stands in strong opposition to this bill because we're standing up for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot from my Republican colleagues who've expressed pride in this accomplishment. I asked the question, if Republicans were so proud of this one big, ugly bill, why did debate begin at 3:28 a.m. in the morning? Republicans are once again, which has been the case, Mr. Speaker, through every step of this journey, tried to jam this bill through the House of Representatives under cover of darkness. But I'm here today to make it clear that I'm going to take my time and ensure that the American people fully understand how damaging this bill will be to their quality of life. Now, Republicans and Donald Trump promised that costs would go down on day one. Costs haven't gone down under Donald Trump and House Republicans here in the United States of America. In fact, costs have gone up. We believe that America is too expensive, that the cost of living is too high, that that's a priority that should be worked on in a bipartisan way. But from the very beginning of this Congress, our Republican colleagues have shown no interest in addressing the high cost of living in the United States of America. Not a single executive order has been issued by this administration, Mr. Speaker, to address the high cost of living. Not a single bill has been passed, Mr. Speaker, to address the high cost of living in the United States of America. And this bill, this one big, ugly bill, this reckless Republican budget, this disgusting abomination, is not about improving the quality of life of the American people. It will hurt everyday Americans in several different ways. This bill represents the largest cut to health care in American history. It's an all-out assault on the health care of the American people, an assault on Medicaid, an assault on Medicare, an assault on the Children's Health Insurance Program, an assault on the Affordable Care Act, an assault on Planned Parenthood and the health care of women all across the United States of America, an unprecedented assault on the American people and their health care. Almost $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. This runs directly contrary to what President Trump indicated in January, which was that he was going to love and cherish Medicaid. Nothing about this bill loves and cherishes Medicaid. It guts Medicaid. It guts Medicaid in a way that's going to hurt children, hurt families, hurt seniors, hurt people with disabilities, hurt women, hurt everyday Americans. Hospitals will close, including all throughout rural America, Mr. Speaker. Nursing homes will shut down. By some estimates, 1 in 4 nursing homes will close as a result of this one big, ugly bill. And community-based health clinics, which are the lifelines in neighborhood after neighborhood all across this country, in urban America, in rural America, in suburban America, in small-town America, in the heartland of America, will not be able to operate. And as a result of the lack of health care that will result directly from this one big ugly bill, people in America will die. Unnecessary deaths. That is outrageous. It's disgusting. That is not what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. Not what we should be doing. In addition to the cuts to Medicaid, this bill will result in the largest cut to Medicare in American history. By some estimates, more than $500 billion in cuts to Medicare as a result of the Republicans' one big, ugly bill. This bill will also result in a devastating blow to the Affordable Care Act. That's no surprise because since 2010, Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have been trying to gut and destroy the Affordable Care Act. And as a result of the damage that is done to the Affordable Care Act in this legislation, millions of Americans will lose their health care. The assault on health care in this one big ugly bill will result in more than 17 million Americans losing health care in the United States of America. Shame on the people who've decided to launch that kind of all-out assault on the health and the well-being of everyday Americans. That's not what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. And because of the drastic cuts that are made to health care in this one big ugly bill, people with private insurance all across America are going to experience increases in their premiums, their co-pays, and their deductibles. Millions of Americans in every corner of this country, an all-out assault on health care. That's a very different vision, Mr. Speaker, that Republicans have, working hard to take health care away from the American people than our vision, because we believe, as Democrats, that in the United States of America, health care should not simply be a privilege. Health care is a right that should be available to every single person in the United States of America. This bill is an all-out assault on the health care of the people of the United States of America, hard-working American taxpayers. These are the people we should be standing up to work hard to lift up. But instead, they're victims of this legislation. Hospitals will close. That impacts everybody in the United States of America. If your hospital closes, whether you're on Medicaid or not, you will be unable to get the treatment that you or your family needs. That's why we're fighting so hard to stop this bill. 1 in 4 nursing homes, by some estimates, will close as a result of the Republicans' assault on Medicaid in this one big, ugly bill. This bill also represents an assault on nutritional assistance here in the United States of America. We've made great progress over the last 50-plus years as it relates to hunger in this country. Great progress. But we're still dealing with the reality that tens of millions of people in this country go to bed every night wondering whether they're going to be able to get a nutritious meal the next day. Tens of millions of people in this country, millions of children. And instead of trying to address that issue, Mr. Speaker, the one big ugly bill will rip nutritional benefits away from millions of Americans, including children, rip food from the mouths of hungry children and hungry veterans and hungry seniors. That is unacceptable. That's one of the reasons why we stand in strong opposition, Mr. Speaker, to this one big, ugly bill. Republicans promised to address the high cost of living in the United States of America. We believe that the cost of living is too high. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this country struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That should not be the case in the United States of America. But instead of addressing the high cost of living in this one big ugly bill, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are actually going to increase costs, particularly as it relates to the energy bills that everyday Americans pay. Estimated that energy bills will increase by hundreds of dollars a year. That has nothing to do with lowering the high cost of living, making this country a more affordable place. It does the exact opposite. It's an all-out and unnecessary assault on the clean energy tax credits. The clean energy tax credits that many of my Republican colleagues promised in letter after letter after letter that you would stand behind, but all chose to fold and abandon. Fighting instead for special interests and opposing the ability for this country to stand up a cleaner energy economy, which means cheaper energy. And because of the attack on clean energy jobs, on the clean energy economy, on the economic development that had already been set in motion, often in districts represented by my Republican colleagues and in Republican-led states, red states. By some estimates, millions of jobs are going to be lost. And so you're ripping health care away from millions of Americans, Mr. Speaker, ripping food away from children and veterans and seniors, raising the cost of utilities, of paying your energy bill by hundreds of dollars, stripping away millions of jobs all across America. And what is all of this being done for? To provide massive tax breaks to billionaires all across this country. We are better than that in the United States of America. When we take an oath, convene here, come to the United States Capitol, our job is to make life better for everyday Americans. But the genesis of this bill, the focus of this bill, the justification for all of the cuts that will hurt everyday Americans in this bill is to provide massive tax breaks for billionaires. It's extraordinary. Never in my time here in Congress have I experienced legislation that benefits so few people who fall into the category of the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, while at the same time hurting everyday Americans, that we should be fighting hard to help. Now, all of this apparently is being rushed because the decision was made by President Trump that he would like to get a bill done by the 4th of July. What does the 4th of July have to do with this one big, ugly bill? What does celebrating American independence, the birth of this exceptional country, the journey that we've been on for 249 years, what does any of that have to do with this one big, ugly bill? I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that if you actually look at the Declaration of Independence, what we find is that everything about this one big, ugly bill runs in direct contrast with what was set in motion by the framers and the founders of our great country. Of course, the Declaration of Independence, authored by Thomas Jefferson, makes the famous statement that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. Speaker, I want to lock in for just a moment on that aspirational objective, the pursuit of happiness. Because when it comes to everyday Americans, this one big, ugly bill will hurt the quality of life of hardworking American taxpayers, and it's all designed to put a happy smile on the face of billionaires. That is inconsistent with the Declaration of Independence and what we should be celebrating on July 4th. I think what Thomas Jefferson and the framers of this country, they set us out on a course of action, a journey, a march toward a more perfect union, in part anchored in the pursuit of happiness, which decade after decade, century after century, leaders who sat at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, leaders in this Congress on both sides of the aisle tried to bring about for the greatest number of Americans. But that's not what this one big ugly bill is all about. America is too expensive. There are far too many people who are living paycheck to paycheck here in this great country. That should not be the case. People who are struggling to survive, to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, imagine a country where everyone can afford to live the good life. Work hard, play by the rules, and live the good life. We haven't reached that place in the United States of America. Imagine a country where everyone can work hard, play by the rules, and live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. Which means keep your hands off Social Security and Medicare, now and forever. Now and forever. We want a country where every single American can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and then a good retirement. And we know that in the United States of America, to unlock that quintessential American dream, living the good life, you have to work hard and play by the rules. But the challenge that so many Americans have right now in this country is that they're doing those two things. They're working hard and they're playing by the rules, but they're unable to experience the great American dream. They're unable to get to that third leg. They're unable to live the good life. And that's what we should be focusing on here in the United States Congress. Not gutting Medicaid, not ripping food out of the mouths of hungry children, not rewarding billionaires with massive tax breaks. How can you prepare to celebrate legislation that will undermine the quality of life of everyday Americans? It's not just a hypothetical, it's not just hyperbole, it's not just hype. It will happen. Everyday Americans will be hurt by the one big ugly bill. We're here on the floor of the House of Representatives debating legislation in the middle of the night, with millions of Americans having gone to sleep anxious about what would happen here on the floor of the House of Representatives, understandably concerned that their voices have not been heard in this debate, that their pleas for compassion have been overlooked. Many of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the aisle have chosen not to hold town hall meetings, not to hear from the voices of the people that you're privileged to represent. But we've embraced the American people. We haven't run from the American people. House Democrats will continue to run toward the American people and lift their voices up. Lift their voices up. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a little time to share some of the stories of the American people. Voices that might otherwise be excluded from this debate. But we're not going to let those voices be excluded. We will ensure that these voices are heard. We will continue to do everything we can to bring those voices to life, here on the House floor and beyond, to stand up for the best interests of everyday Americans. And we've heard from many of them throughout this process. I'll share just a handful. With Medicaid expansion, I now qualify for Medicaid. Without insurance, my monthly bill for my 3 injectable drugs would be $3,000. $36,000 a year. And that doesn't include any of my other meds or my medical appointments. Who has that kind of money? That's Charles, who lives in Alaska, district represented by Congressman Nick Begich. Medicare and Social Security keep me alive. I'm surviving on about $13,000 a year, most of it from my Social Security checks. That's just enough to afford my rent, utilities, and food. Without Social Security, I would be homeless. And if Medicare did not pay for my medications, if I had to pay full price, I wouldn't be able to survive. There are so many other seniors who are in the same boat. Without these programs, seniors like me would die on the street. That's Paula, who lives in Arkansas's 2nd Congressional District, represented by my colleague, Congressman French Hill. My son is a 25-year-old young adult with profound nonverbal autism who needs 24/7 support. Our family has relied on Medicaid from the time he was 2 years old, when he began early intervention services. At 3, when he was diagnosed with autism, a private health insurance denied him coverage for his pre-existing condition. Medicaid stepped in to provide health care. From that point until today, home and community-based services through Medicaid have been vital to our son's health and well-being. Medicaid also helped his school district pay for medically necessary therapies at school. Our son is thriving and healthy, and our family can support him at home because of Medicaid. That's Robin. She lives in Arizona's 1st Congressional District, represented by David Swiker. These are stories from everyday Americans who've written to us to say to this Congress, stand up for our health care, Mr. Speaker. Don't stand up for billionaires. Stand up for everyday Americans, for our health, for our safety, and for our well-being. Gwendolyn from Arizona, she also writes, she says Medicaid is the difference between my son being healthy, happy, cared for, and social versus being at home with aging parents who struggle to physically provide the care that is required daily. Medicaid funding means my son receives the incontinent supplies he needs, the internal feeding supplies he needs to live, and medications that his primary insurance won't cover. Medicaid matters because without it, my son and millions of others like him may not survive. Let me speak directly to Gwendolyn from Arizona. Her representative may not be fighting on your behalf. As House Democrats, we're here to say to you, we agree. Medicaid matters and it must be preserved. It must be preserved. Because Medicaid matters to millions of people all across this great country, to children, to seniors, to people with disabilities, to women, to families, to people in every corner of the United States of America. Yes, Gwendolyn, Medicaid matters. And if your representative won't fight for it, we will. Brenda? Says to us, my youngest child is a nonverbal 43-year-old female with autism who has been on Medicaid since she was 12. She's had 3 major surgeries and 6 or more outpatient surgeries, all made possible because of Medicaid. We would not have been able to get our daughter what she needed if it wasn't for Medicaid. She also has a seizure disorder and is on several medications. Some of them are way too expensive for us to afford on a blue-collar income. Finding doctors that are good and accept Medicaid are few and far between. But some doctors are better than none. And the only way our daughter will get any medical care at all. She is one of the most vulnerable people in society. And caring for her is a full-time job for myself and her father, who are both retired and are full-time care providers for her. I am not sure why anyone would want to take this help and service from people whose very life depends on the help it provides. That's a powerful and profound question. Why would anyone in this House vote to take away Medicaid from the American people, amongst the most vulnerable here in the United States of America? Brenda from Arizona lives in Arizona's 6th Congressional District, represented by my colleague, Congressman Juan Ciscomani. Garrett, also from Arizona. I'm still in the A section right now. So strap in as we make sure we lift up the voices of everyday Americans all across this country. It's important that we take note. This isn't abstract, taking away health care from the American people. It's concrete, it's real. It has devastating implications. Garrett says, I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy at birth. Cerebral palsy at birth. Thanks to Medicaid, I was able to undergo multiple surgeries that significantly improved my ability to walk, transforming both my mobility and daily life. Relying on Medicaid, SNAP in the past, and SSI, I worry about what would happen to me and my friends if these programs were taken away. Without them, I wouldn't be able to keep up with doctor's appointments, medications, and transportation. Earlier today, my distinguished colleague from the great Commonwealth of Virginia read a passage of Scripture, one of my favorite passages of Scripture, Matthew 25 and 35 through 40. And later on this morning, as I continue my remarks, perhaps I'll have an opportunity to go a little deeper into the meaning of Matthew 25 and 35. What I can say is that all of us should be trying to lift up the least, the lost, the left behind, the poor, the sick, and the afflicted. Garrett tells us, I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy at birth. And the first thing that jumped out to me when I read this was that we're all God's children, and we should be looking after all God's children to the best of our ability, not running away from them and undermining their quality of life. So Garrett, we're going to continue to stand up and work hard on your behalf. Nancy from California. That's a great name, Nancy from California. Nancy from California writes, my two special health needs, former foster children, depend on Medicaid for a dizzying array of health services, ranging from over 20 pediatric medical specialists and palliative care to behavioral health, and occupational therapies. They both have rare, incurable, disabling diseases that require IEPs to navigate school. She continues, but I want to pause right there. I think that's an important point, talking about her children and the IEPs to navigate school. We should be looking out for children like Nancy's two beautiful former foster care children, her two special health needs children, as she calls them. It's one of the reasons why the Department of Education is important. Public schools are important. Nothing in this bill supports public education. In fact, this one big ugly bill represents an attack on public education. And that is not consistent with what we should be doing as we prepare to celebrate our 249th birthday and lifting up this pursuit of happiness. Nancy continues, the ACA protections for pre-existing conditions and the removal of lifetime caps are also essential. My youngest child requires medical care that I simply cannot afford, costing between $750,000 and $1 million per year, depending on how stable her health is. I work part-time, but the caregiver burden is too demanding for me to maintain a full-time job. As a single widowed mother, Medicaid has become a lifeline for keeping my kids as well as possible. Nancy lives in California's 1st Congressional District, represented by my colleague, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Laura lives in the Central Valley of California, an area of the country with the highest concentration of Medicaid recipients. The highest concentration of Medicaid recipients. I've been raising my 6 grandchildren for 15 years, and they are coming of age, but not many jobs are available. Also, my 16-year-old grandson depends on Medicaid and EBT to survive. He takes many medications a day. If you're not going to respect my ability to speak, respect the story that I'm telling on behalf of Laura. Respect her story, because her story matters. Her story matters, and the American people matter.
We need order.
He takes many medications a day. I'm too old to do anything but take care of him. I can't imagine choosing what medicines he gets or who gets to eat. Please reconsider for the people who need medication that is necessary for survival. Universal access to food and meds would lighten the worry that we carry. Not having to worry about food and medicines gives me more time to care for my 26-year-old grandson, who is quadriplegic due to a head-on collision last year. Please don't make him suffer anymore. He needs food supplements and many medications every day to survive. Laura lives in California's 22nd Congressional District, a district that is represented by my colleague, Congressman David Valadao. Just happens to be the district that has the highest concentration of Medicaid recipients in this country. Laura, I don't know what your Congress member is going to do. Every single House Democrat is fighting hard to protect your Medicaid. We value you, and we're working hard to defend you. Jackie is from the Orange County area of California. My son is 34 years old. He has Down syndrome and autism and lives at home with his aging parents, Dad, 82, and Mom, 71. His biggest joys in life for him are his day program and eating out. How small are his desires? And you want to take that away from him. He requires much care. Bathing, shaving, washing hair, brushing teeth, dressing, etc. His aging parents can do the job required for this 100% of the time. He has great caregivers right now, and they have been with him for many years. Now you want to take that away from us? Please know that Medicaid, Medi-Cal, is what allows us to keep him in a safe and happy environment that he will not get anywhere else. And for a whole lot less money. Why should that change for him? Jackie asked. Please be respectful of families who have high-need family members who need these services. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my son and everyone who loves him. Jackie lives in California's 40th Congressional District, a district represented by my colleague, Congresswoman Young Kim. Kayla writes to us from Colorado. At 26, I was diagnosed with brain cancer, a discovery I was only able to make because of Medicaid. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to get the treatment I need to survive. That diagnosis changed my life. And while I am grateful to be here, I can no longer work. Now I rely on disability benefits, food stamps, just to get by. These programs are the only reason I'm able to live. Without this support, I don't know how I would manage. Kayla lives in Colorado's 2nd Congressional District, a district represented by the Assistant Democratic Leader, Joe Neguse. Kayla, I can say to you that your Congress member is fighting hard to protect you, just like every single member of the House Democratic Caucus. Ashley writes to us from Colorado. Says, my life was saved by the Affordable Care Act. Because of this act, I was able to stay on my parents' health insurance when I couldn't get any coverage. At the time, I was dealing with a myriad of health issues and would eventually be diagnosed with multiple chronic illnesses. Because of the ACA, when my husband and I were married, I was able to be added to his insurance without being denied due to pre-existing conditions. Prior to the act being passed, I was denied coverage and care many times. If I was even approved for coverage, it cost me thousands per month in premiums. I was being penalized, Mr. Speaker, for being sick. There were many times when I could not get coverage that I had to choose between which prescriptions I would get to have or whether I would get all my meds or the groceries we needed. You know, there are far too many people in the United States of America right now, before experiencing the devastating consequences of this one big, ugly bill, who have to choose between putting food on the table, clothing on their backs, access to medication, or paying the rent. The United States of America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Not a single hard-working American taxpayer should ever have to choose between food or medicine or rent or putting clothing on their back. Not a single hard-working American taxpayer should ever have to make that choice. If people did not have to worry about health care being accessible, they would be able to be seen when necessary. And when people are able to see doctors when they are unwell, they can stay healthy for longer periods of time. When people can stay healthy, they don't miss work. When people don't miss work, they don't risk losing their jobs. The way things work now only encourages the constant classist act of keeping the sick and poor sick and poor. This should never, ever be a situation in a country that claims to have the best functioning economy in the world, the best doctors, the best universities. Ashley lives in Colorado's 3rd Congressional District.
gentleman is not recognized. The House will be in order.
Ashley
New York's recognized.
lives in Colorado's 3rd Congressional District, represented by my colleague, Congressman Jeff Hurd. Ann also writes from Colorado. Through the Medicaid waiver, Scott, Ann's son, was placed in a group living situation that worked out for a while, but was eventually kicked out. After that, he moved back in with me, but ended up homeless once more, before finally being placed back on a Medicaid waiver program. Now he's doing really well. His job, which he loves, also receives funding through Medicaid, so that people with disabilities can be employed and be productive members of the community. Without Medicaid, he probably wouldn't be alive today. Without this assistance, we likely wouldn't be where we are now. And I doubt that there would be a happy ending to this story. Ann lives in Colorado's 6th Congressional District, a district represented by our colleague, Congressman Jason Crow, who is also fighting hard to protect your interests, and as every single one of us in the House Democratic Caucus will continue to do. We believe in America, health care is not simply a privilege that should be afforded to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It's a right that should be available to everyone. A right that is still imperfect at this moment, that we are working hard to perfect. But this one big ugly bill, the largest attack on health care, Mr. Speaker, in the United States of America, moves us in the opposite direction. Daniela is also from Colorado. She writes to us, Medicaid has been a lifeline for our family, especially for my 5-year-old daughter who has autism. That's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Medicaid is important for so many Americans all across this country, including people with disabilities. It's a necessary lifeline so that parents can help their children live a better life with dignity and respect. Why would any legislation that this House passes attack health care available to families that are pouring in everything they have to help their child under difficult circumstances live the best possible life? It perplexes me, Mr. Speaker, that this bill would go after the health care of people like Daniela and her 5-year-old daughter. Daniela says that as parents, we've faced many struggles trying to balance full-time work, starting a real estate business, and still being there for our 3 other children. It's been overwhelming at times, and finding the right support for her hasn't always been easy. But Medicaid has provided therapy and services that have made a world of difference in her life. These therapies have helped her make progress, feel seen, and connect with her peers, which means everything to us. It's allowed her to be a part of the world, to feel included, and to overcome obstacles that seemed insurmountable at times. Medicaid has helped us give her the opportunities she deserves, and millions of other children in the United States. Mr. Speaker, Daniela lives in Colorado's 8th Congressional District, a district currently represented by Congressman Gabe Evans. Currently represented. Mr. Speaker, we heard from Martha, who writes from Florida. I have an adult daughter with developmental and intellectual disabilities who needs Medicaid for her medical care. As a mom, I worry a lot about what the future will hold for her. Will she have access to quality medical care when my husband is no longer able to provide for her? Please support individuals like my daughter who are vulnerable and need our help. Thank you from my heart. Martha lives in Florida's 7th Congressional District, a district represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Corey Mills. We've heard from people from the heartland of this country. In Indiana, Kim writes to us, SNAP and Medicaid were lifelines when my children were younger. At least when I was able to get them. As a single mom, working my way up from low-paying jobs, we often had too little food. My dinner was the combined uneaten food from my 4 kids' plates. Even then, keeping benefits was difficult due to missing or late paperwork, faxes lost to the ether. I sometimes worked 3 jobs and cried too often when the letter came saying benefits were suspended. When that happens, you end up hungry for weeks until it's straightened out. Kim lives in the 9th Congressional District of Indiana, Mr. Speaker. She says, SNAP and Medicaid were lifelines when my children were younger, at least when I was able to get them. Let me park right there for a moment, because one of the arguments that I've consistently heard made, Mr. Speaker, by our Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that they weren't going after Medicaid recipients, that no benefits would be taken away as a result of these so-called work requirements. Let's fact check that statement. Every independent entity that has looked at this question, including the Congressional Budget Office has made clear, as a result of the one big, ugly bill, millions of Americans will lose their Medicaid benefits. These so-called work requirements are just a smokescreen, because more than 90% of the people who receive Medicaid benefits who can work do work right now in the United States of America. Right now, more than 90%. What these impositions are really paperwork requirements that are designed to make it harder for everyday Americans like Kim to access their benefits. And as a result, millions of Americans who are eligible, who are hardworking, who are deserving, will lose their health care. Kim says, I sometimes work 3 jobs and cried too often when the letter came saying benefits were suspended. As House Democrats, Mr. Speaker, we are here fighting for people like Kim and millions of others like her all across the United States of America who will lose urgently necessary, life-changing, and life-sustaining Medicaid benefits as a result of Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. We hear from Maria, from Iowa, in the great heartland of this country. Maria writes to us, in 2021, I got seriously sick with COVID. I ended up in a coma for 12 days, spent 3.5 weeks in the ICU, and then another 3 weeks on the recovery floor. If it wasn't for Medicaid, I wouldn't have received any of the care I needed. I honestly don't know where I'd be today. I don't know what my family would have done. Without Medicaid, I wouldn't have made it. If I lost Medicaid, it would completely change my life. I wouldn't be able to afford my insulin, diabetes medications, blood pressure medications, or see my endocrinologist, all of which are life-sustaining treatments. I also need to see my pulmonary specialist regularly. Without Medicaid, my health would deteriorate rapidly. That's a statement that applies to millions of Americans all across this great country who are at risk of losing their health care because this one big, ugly Republican bill has put a target on their back. Mr. Speaker, without Medicaid, my health would deteriorate. taking the time to share these stories because this is a question for so many Americans of life and death. It's extraordinary that on the House floor, in the middle of the night, the American people are forced to confront a bill that targets their health care and will result in their well-being deteriorating. More than 17 million Americans at risk of losing health care coverage, and then tens of millions more experiencing increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles as a result of the attack on health care in this bill. Many of them will also lose coverage, lose their health care. These are Americans on private insurance, employer-provided insurance. But because of the health care attacks in this bill, their premiums, their co-pays, their deductibles will go up. Some will not be able to afford it, and they will lose their health care. That's what this bill represents. That's why I'm taking the time to share these stories and experiences and concerns and fears and anxieties of the American people. I wish, Mr. Speaker, that we had a lot more time to debate this bill. This is the type of bill that under normal circumstances we'd have hours and hours of debate, where hundreds of members could participate on both sides of the aisle and share their thoughts, their perspectives, their ideas, their passionate support or passionate opposition. But this bill, which by some estimates is larger than the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the CHIPS and Science Act combined in terms of its possible impact on the debt in this country, increasing the debt by more than $3 trillion, saddling our children and grandchildren with that level of extraordinary debt by people who claim to be fiscally responsible. The implications of this bill are enormous. And yet, each side of the Ways and Means Committee was given 15 minutes to discuss the implications of this bill. Each side of the Budget Committee was given 15 minutes to discuss the implications of this bill that will have devastating consequences for everyday Americans, while rewarding billionaires with massive tax breaks. It had been my hope, Mr. Speaker, that we'd be able to have a robust debate, passionate support or passionate opposition, in connection with this bill that hundreds of members on both sides of the aisle could participate in. Instead, we have a limited debate where the relevant committees of jurisdiction have been given 15 minutes each on a bill of such significant magnitude as it relates to the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people. And because that debate was so limited, I feel the obligation, Mr. Speaker, to stand on this House floor and take my sweet time to tell the stories of the American people. And that's exactly what I intend to do. Take my sweet time on behalf of the American people, on behalf of their health care, on behalf of their Medicaid, on behalf of their nutritional assistance, on behalf of veterans, on behalf of farmers, on behalf of children, on behalf of seniors, on behalf of people with disabilities, on behalf of small businesses, on behalf of every single American. I'm on this House floor after 6 a.m. and I'm planning to take my sweet time. Without Medicaid, I wouldn't have made it. If I lost Medicaid, it would completely change my life. It would also severely affect my husband with epilepsy. Without Medicaid, he wouldn't be able to afford his seizure medications, which means he'd have seizures every week, like he did before. This would leave him unable to function or work. Before he had Medicaid, he'd have a seizure. And it would take him days to recover. His health is inconsistent, which makes it hard for him to hold down a job. I still have my house, my car, my husband, and my health. Thank God for that. But why should we have to struggle so hard just to live in a country with so much wealth? I'm considered one of the lucky ones, and yet I still struggle to make ends meet for the basics. That's Maria, pouring her heart out to us as members of Congress about her struggles. She lives in Iowa's 1st Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks. In a country with so much wealth, I'm considered one of the lucky ones, and yet I still struggle to make ends meet for the basics. Maria makes this important point as we stand on the threshold of the 4th of July. Thomas Jefferson, having written those immortal words in the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain.
Gentlemen will suspend. Members are reminded to take their conversations off the floor. Close both sets of cloakroom doors, please. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I'm not going to get any love for the other side of the aisle, I would expect that at least Thomas Jefferson would. He wrote in the Declaration of Independence that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What is the pursuit of happiness in the United States of America here in the year of our Lord, 2025? Imagine a country where every single American can afford to live the good life. Work hard, play by the rules, live the good life. That's the American dream. But our concern as Democrats is that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, there are far too many people, like Maria from Iowa, who are unable to achieve that American dream, unable, despite working hard and playing by the rules, to live the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. That should not be too much to ask for here in the United States of America. But instead of working to bring that American dream to life for the greatest number of people all across the country, this one big ugly bill, Mr. Speaker, that our Republican colleagues are trying to jam down the throats of the American people, will undermine their quality of life. Also hear from Patrick. Lives in the heartland of this country. One of the good people of Iowa, who says, I'm a registered nurse in the ICU at the VA hospital in Iowa City. I've worked as a nurse for 30 years, and I'm a native Iowan. I have 2 disabled children who are on Medicaid. My son had a severe brain injury as a child and requires extensive physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. My daughter is autistic and lives independently on housing provided by Medicaid. Before we had Medicaid, we were bankrupt paying for their treatment. We would go bankrupt again if Medicaid is cut. These are complicated systems for people with very complicated needs. These quote-unquote common sense solutions they're coming up with are not based in reality. People have tried these work requirements in the past, but even disabled or able-bodied people, we all have barriers. From childcare, transportation, monetary limitations. It's a foolish idea to think that this won't have a negative impact. They're just trying to remove people from the program, and it's cruel. Patrick, you are correct. Thank you for your service as a registered nurse at the VA hospital. And thank you for all that you are doing to love and cherish your 2 disabled children who are on Medicaid. And you're exactly right. What is contemplated in this one big, ugly bill is wrong, it's dangerous, and it's cruel. And cruelty should not be either the objective or the outcome of legislation that we consider here in the United States House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, cruelty should never be the objective or the outcome of legislation that we consider here in the House of Representatives. But it is cruel to take away Medicaid from the American people. And that is why, as House Democrats, we will continue to show up and speak up and stand up in defense of the health care of the American people. I'm thankful for all of my colleagues who are here, who throughout this process, a difficult process, have stood up over and over and over again on behalf of the health care of the American people. Thankful for my colleagues in leadership, Whip Catherine Clark and Chair Pete Aguilar, and all of the members of House Democratic leadership. Thankful for the leaders of every single committee who's been battling hard to push back against the cruelty that is in this one big, ugly bill. Thankful for the leadership of Richie Neal. Thankful for the leadership of Frank Pallone. Thankful for the leadership of Brendan Boyle. Thankful for the leadership of Angie Craig. I'm thankful for the leadership, the principled leadership of every single member of the House Democratic Caucus. But above all else, I'm just thankful for the spirit, the heart, and soul of the American people who have risen up throughout this country to make it clear to all of us in this institution, keep your hands off our Medicaid. Keep your hands off our health care, our Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act. Keep your hands off our Medicaid. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to lift up stories on behalf of the American people. Don't have the great privilege and honor to stand on this House floor, as all of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, do, on behalf of the American people in this great institution, the House of Representatives. But to me, what we are doing with this one big ugly bill is assault on health care, on veterans, on nutritional assistance, this assault on good paying, clean energy jobs, this assault on the high cost of living in the United States of America. All of it is inconsistent with the best of what this House of Representatives should be doing for such a time as this. And so I stand here on behalf of everyday Americans like Elizabeth, who's also from Iowa. Elizabeth suffered from sepsis caused by untreated strep throat. After waiting to receive care while uninsured and without paid sick leave. After receiving care she needed, she was able to apply for Medicaid and have her medical bills retroactively covered. Now, Medicaid has allowed her to get access to essential and preventative health care. Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth lives in the Congressional District represented by our colleague, Zach Nunn, Iowa's 3rd Congressional District. Thank you, Elizabeth, for highlighting one of the concerns that all of us should have with this bill. When you launch an all-out assault on the health care of the American people, when you effectively, in Medicaid as we know it, gut parts of the Affordable Care Act, what you essentially are doing by stripping health care away from the American people, putting people like Elizabeth back in the position that she had previously been in, where she has untreated medical conditions that won't get better on its own, it will likely get worse and lead to further medical complications. Why would we do that to the American people? That is wrong. We should be lifting people up in this country, not tearing them down. We should be lifting up everyday Americans, not tearing them down, and putting them at risk of their life, their quality of life, their health, their well-being getting worse. We hear from Becky from the great state of Louisiana. By the way, Louisiana is a state with some of the highest percentages of Medicaid recipients of any state in the Union. Any state in the Union. And Louisiana is a state at risk of suffering greatly as a result of the all-out assault on Medicaid that is part of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Becky tells us I have had Medicaid for years. And without it, I wouldn't be able to afford to see my doctors or cover what Medicaid doesn't pay. As a senior citizen, I now have to go back to work just to keep a roof over my head, afford rising food and utility costs, and maintain my car. Meanwhile, the government keeps taking more and more out of my Social Security benefits. Money I already paid taxes on while working. Feels like the middle class no longer exists. You're either rich or poor. Politicians today have no real understanding of what it's like to struggle every single day. If they had to live like regular people, maybe things would improve for seniors like me. Becky lives in Louisiana's 3rd Congressional District, a district represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Representative Clay Higgins. Louisiana, state, of course, also represented by my good friend and colleague, Congressman Troy Carter, who I see is here with us in the chamber, also Cleo Fields, another good friend and colleague. Louisiana, a state that stands to suffer mightily as a result of this all-out assault on Medicaid. Now, I heard my distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker, the House Majority Leader, someone who personally respect his resilience, his perseverance, his journey. I think he comes by his views in good faith. It's his perspective, it's the speaker's perspective. But many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made the representation that as House Democrats, we're not telling the truth to the American people about the devastating impact that Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, a bill being rushed through this chamber, will have on the health and the well-being of people in Louisiana and all across the country. They've accused us of fear-mongering and making misrepresentations. And so I was surprised to learn, Mr. Speaker, that the Louisiana State Legislature recently voted. The Louisiana State Legislature that has a Republican supermajority. The Louisiana State Legislature recently voted to condemn the one big ugly bill because of the extraordinary attack on Medicaid that will adversely impact their constituents. We're telling the truth. This one big ugly bill will hurt everyday Americans in Louisiana and all across the country. Don't take our word for it. Take the word of the Louisiana State Legislature. Supermajority.
Who done?
So we're here on the House floor, taking our sweet time to tell the stories of the American people and the adverse impact that Trump's one big ugly bill, that my House Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, are trying to jam down the throats of the American people, causing great harm to those who we should be working hard to protect, love, and cherish, not adversely impact their ability to live and live life more abundantly. Tamara, who lives in Louisiana's 4th Congressional District, represented by the Speaker of this great House. I have depression and PTSD. I'm unable to work and rely on Medicaid to get my monthly medications to keep me essentially alive. Tamara, we're going to continue to fight hard on your behalf. We heard from Emily, who lives in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Emily tells us that I'd moved to Massachusetts in 2020 and was working a retail job for minimum wage. I was unable to afford much, but the state thankfully approved me for SNAP assistance and Medicaid. Without that jump start, I'm not sure where I would be today. There shouldn't be shame or stigma surrounding these programs. You never know when life will get pulled out from underneath you. The relief when these programs can come to your aid is indescribable. Emily lives in the 5th Congressional District of Massachusetts, a district that is represented by the House Democratic Whip, Catherine Clark, who's a strong champion on your behalf, Emily, powerfully, ethically, principally, fighting hard on your behalf. Casey lives in the 2nd Congressional District of Maine, a district represented by Congressman Jared Golden. Thankful for Congressman Golden's service. He served this nation with distinction overseas and has come back home to serve this nation in the United States Congress. Casey writes, as a single mom of 2 young children and non-profit professional, in rural Maine. Casey and her children rely on Medicaid and SNAP to live their lives. The resources and stability provided by Medicaid and SNAP allowed Casey to leave her emotionally abusive husband and support her children. Casey's 7-year-old son has ADHD and is on the autism spectrum. Relies heavily on individualized support through Medicaid. If Medicaid goes away, Casey doesn't know how their family will stay afloat. The American people pouring into us, Democrats and Republicans, in the United States House of Representatives, the People's House, pouring into us with all of their heart, all of their soul, all of their authenticity, pleading that this Congress would find it in our hearts to stand up for them and not stand up for billionaires, which is what this one big ugly bill is designed to accomplish. Sarah writes to us from Michigan's 4th Congressional District. My daughter has a heart condition. And the fact that she's on Medicaid is the only way that we can pay for her doctor visits and medications. I'm a widow, and money is very tight. So the fact that I'm on Medicaid, too, is the only way that I can pay for my own visits and meds. The loss of Medicaid for us would be absolutely devastating. Mr. Speaker, Sarah lives in Michigan's 4th Congressional District, a district currently represented by our colleague, Congressman Bill Huizenga. The loss of Medicaid for us would be absolutely devastating. That's the consequence of the GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination, this reckless Republican budget. Mr. Speaker, that Republicans were trying to jam down the throats of the American people during the dead of night. It's extraordinary. No legislation that we consider in the House of Representatives should be devastating for everyday Americans, either in its objective or in its outcome. But as Democrats, we stand here in strong opposition to this one big ugly bill because of the devastating consequences that will result to everyday Americans all across this great country. Lucy writes to us from the heartland, from the great state of Michigan as well. My brother is a developmentally disabled senior who lives in a group home. Until the age of 59, He was cared for by our mother. He cannot live on his own and has numerous health issues. He depends on Medicaid. Without Medicaid, his brothers and sisters could not support his medical care. We're hearing from families all across the country. Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, husbands and wives, pleading with this Congress, pleading with House Republicans to stand up for their loved ones who are on Medicaid, who are at risk of having their health care run over and their lives ruined by the consequences of Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. Lucy lives in Michigan's 7th Congressional District, a district currently represented, Mr. Speaker, by our colleague, Representative Tom Barrett. We've also heard from Sharon, who lives in Michigan. My daughter is a young woman who was born with cerebral palsy, mild cognitive impairments, and autism. She depends on Medicaid services for her health. Safety and well-being. She's unable to work or take care of herself. She's unable to work or care for herself without help. Without Medicaid, she is totally at risk. Cutting Medicaid to give tax cuts to wealthy billionaires is not only cruel and unethical, Sharon writes, but it puts vulnerable people, including children, at risk of severe mental and physical health problems. Do the right thing and rescind the drastic cuts to Medicaid for vulnerable people with serious physical disabilities and people with serious and persistent mental health problems. Mr. Speaker, Sharon lives in the 10th Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Congressman John James. I don't know how the congressman from the great state of Michigan will vote at the end of the day as it relates to defending people like Sharon. But as Sharon writes, I know what I can say. She says, do the right thing and rescind the drastic cuts to Medicaid for vulnerable people with serious physical disabilities and people with serious and persistent mental health problems. Sharon, House Democrats will always do the right thing when it comes to your health, your safety, and your well-being, your Medicaid, and the love and care that you are working hard to provide to your daughter. We will always do the right thing. We're not perfect, no one is. But we will always strive to do the right thing on your behalf. As I work through these stories in the Midwest. And it appears, Mr. Speaker, that I'm about halfway through the stories as it relates to Medicaid. 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 It appears that I'm halfway through the stories as it relates to Medicaid. But the extraordinary thing about this bill is that it represents such an unprecedented assault on the American people that there are stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack on nutritional assistance for the American people. And I will tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack that has taken place on farmers in this country. And I will tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack on small businesses in this country. And I will tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the unprecedented assault on veterans in this country. How dare this administration attack veterans who have served this country? Instead of attacking veterans, we should make sure that every single veteran in this country can live with the dignity and respect that they've earned. So there are stories that need to be told as it relates to the veterans in this country. And there are stories that need to be told as it relates to law-abiding immigrant families. We have to secure our border. We believe that we have a broken immigration system that should be fixed in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. But we must also stand up for dreamers and farm workers and law-abiding immigrant families in this country. We will not abandon our nation's heritage as a country of immigrants. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. It's part of what American exceptionalism has been all about. That need to be told. William writes to us from the great state of Minnesota. So thankful for our colleagues from the Minnesota delegation fighting hard on behalf of that great state. I'm a 57-year-old man living in central Minnesota. I am a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic, legally blind, and I suffer from severe nerve damage in my back and legs due to diabetes. I rely on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP benefits to support myself. Any reduction in these programs would severely impact my life and my ability to afford food, pay for my small apartment, and access medical care. Without these benefits, I would be destitute. William lives in Minnesota's 6th Congressional District. Mr. Speaker, a district represented by our colleague, Congressman Tom Emmer. Say to William, I don't know what the majority whip will ultimately decide to do as it relates to this one big ugly bill. But we're going to stand up for the things that clearly matter to you. We're going to stand up for Social Security, stand up for your Medicare, stand up for Medicaid, stand up for your SNAP benefits, and stand up for you. I'd also note, parenthetically, it's not rhetorical that we are claiming to stand up for people like William, a 57-year-old man living in central Minnesota. He notes two things that are of interest to me. He says that I'm a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic. And then also says, I rely on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP benefits to support myself. Which suggests to me that William actually may have been a beneficiary of some of the hard work that has taken place on this side of the aisle. His life is not perfect. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. But as a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic who's also on Medicare, as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act, his insulin at this point, always and forever, will be no more than $35 per month. That's a down payment, William, on the type of work that we believe needs to be done. Because we are committed to lowering your costs, despite all the talk that comes from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, on day one, promising to lower the high cost of living. Costs would go down on day one. Costs haven't gone down. Mr. Speaker, in the United States of America, costs are going up. Life remains far too expensive. And as a result of some of the reckless policies coming out of the Trump administration, including the Trump tariffs, on again, off again, creating so much uncertainty, but certainly will result in thousands of dollars per year in additional costs on everyday Americans. We're committed to lowering the high cost of living. We're committed to making sure that every single person in this country can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for their children, and a good retirement. We're committed to working hard to make sure that every single American like William can afford to live the good life. This one big ugly bill does the exact opposite. Doesn't make life more affordable, Mr. Speaker. It makes life more expensive.
The gentleman suspend. House will be in order. As the caffeine kicks in, please take your conversations outside the chamber or in the cloakroom. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without Medicaid, Heather from the great state of Minnesota writes, without Medicaid, my 3 kids and I would have no insurance. I couldn't afford my epilepsy and schizophrenia medications. My kids wouldn't have access to health care. including ER visits, physicals, vaccinations, and dental cleanings. Heather lives in Minnesota's 8th Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Peter Stauber. Lynn writes to us, from Missouri, the Show Me State, a state ably represented by Representative Emanuel Cleaver and Representative Wesley Bell. Lynn writes to us, says that I'm a widow near 70 with very little family left and have been diagnosed with breast cancer. I have an adult son, severely disabled. He already has lost transportation services due to low Medicaid funding. And if Medicaid is cut, it will be disastrous for my situation. Lynn knows that this one big ugly bill puts a target on the back of Medicaid. One of the senators from the great state of Missouri, Senator Josh Hawley, spent months warning about the damage that Donald Trump's one big ugly bill would do to the people of Missouri as a result of the all-out assault on Medicaid, and then turned around and voted to cut Medicaid from his constituents. So shocking, it's so disappointing, so heartbreaking for many Americans that a lot of people in the House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, a lot of people in the Senate have talked a good game about Medicaid, but then turned around and done nothing to protect it. That's shameful. It disgusts me, because I want to believe in the good faith of every member to look out for the people that they are privileged to serve. Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, an all-out assault on health care, an all-out assault on Medicaid, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. This legislation will end Medicaid as we know it. Millions of people will lose their health care. Hospitals will close, including in rural America. People will lose their nursing homes. 1 in 4 nursing homes may close as a result of this dangerous and extreme Republican budget. Community-based health clinics relied upon by many of the people all across this country will shutter as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. People in this country will die unnecessary deaths. That's unacceptable. That's unconscionable. That's un-American. And that is why, as House Democrats, we stand on this floor, aggressively pushing back on the everyday Americans on their behalf, pushing back on their behalf, because they will be so absolutely devastated if this bill were to pass in the House of Representatives. Donald Trump's one big ugly bill hurts everyday Americans and rewards billionaires with massive tax day Americans and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks. Why is it that every time, Mr. Speaker, Republicans have the opportunity to govern in a partisan way, you immediately race, Republicans immediately race to legislation that provides massive tax breaks for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected in this country. We've seen this happen all over time. During the presidency of Ronald Reagan, massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, adding to our nation's debt and deficit. During the presidency of George W. Bush in 2001 and 2003, yet again, massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. In fact, the Republican president at that time, in 2001, inherited a budget surplus from President Bill Clinton and immediately turned around and took that budget surplus and turned it into a deficit, exploded the debt. Don't ever lecture us about fiscal responsibility. Not now, not ever. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are not the party of fiscal responsibility. You are the party of fiscal irresponsibility. Over and over and over again. And now with this bill, you've taken it to a whole nother level. Because in addition to exploding the debt by more than $3 trillion, and by some estimates, even more than that, saddling our children and our grandchildren with trillions of dollars in additional debt. Why? It appears to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless. That's extraordinary to me. But shouldn't be surprising because it's exactly what we saw during the first 4 years of the Trump administration, where the signature legislative accomplishment was the 2017 GOP tax scam, where by some estimates, 83% of the benefits would go to the wealthiest 1% in this country. Saddling at the time our children and grandchildren with more than $2 trillion in additional debt. And yet, Mr. Speaker, many of our Republican colleagues want to lecture America about fiscal responsibility. And then have the nerve to come to the House floor and try to jam a bill down the throats of the American people with a debate that began at 3:28 a.m. in the morning that would saddle them with more than $3 trillion in additional debt to provide massive tax breaks to billionaires in this country and then pay for some of it by going after working class Americans, everyday Americans, hardworking American taxpayers, middle class Americans, children and veterans and seniors and people with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, Trump's one big ugly bill is obscene in that regard. Seems to me that all of us have a responsibility as leaders to try to make life better for the American people. That's what leaders have done, particularly those who have served in the White House, when it comes to actually lifting up the people who we are entrusted to represent. That's what great leaders do. Leaders like FDR, President Johnson, President Obama, and so many others. That's what the track record says. American people in this country, they deserve real leadership. What we've seen from complete Republican rule in Washington, D.C., Mr. Speaker, it's not leadership that lifts up the American people. It's leadership that is tearing them down and tearing us apart. The first 6 months of this administration have been characterized by chaos, cruelty, and corruption. That's not real leadership. We know what real leadership looks like in the United States of America. Real leadership shows courage. Real leadership shows compassion. Real leadership shows commitment. Working with Congress as a separate and co-equal branch of government, not to bend the knee to some extreme agenda, which is what, Mr. Speaker, my House Republican colleagues are doing by supporting this one big ugly bill. Real leadership requires working with Congress as a separate and co-equal branch of government to actually lift people up. President Lincoln, when he addressed the House of Representatives, I believe it was his second annual message to Congress, on December 1st in 1862, in the middle of the Civil War, an existential crisis that we were facing in the United States of America. He showed real leadership when he summoned this Congress to rise to the occasion. In that second annual message to Congress, December 1st, 1862, President Lincoln said, "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. We say we are for the Union. The world will not forget that we say this. We know how to save the Union. The world knows we do know how to save it. Even we here, hold the power and bear the responsibility. In giving freedom to the slave, we assure freedom to the free. Honorable alike in what we give and what we preserve. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. That's America. Even to this day, the last best hope on earth. Extraordinary that Abraham Lincoln, in America's infancy, understood the importance of this country, not just for its citizens, but for the world. He urged this Congress, we shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. Other means may succeed, this could not fail. The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud. And God must forever bless. That's presidential leadership. That kind of leadership is missing in the United States of America right now. Exhibit A is the fact that at President Trump's urging, Mr. Speaker, our House Republican colleagues are here ready to rubber stamp, recklessly rubber stamp legislation that will rip health care away from more than 17 million Americans. That's not leadership. That's not the leadership that this country deserves. But that's what the American people are experiencing because of Republican rule here in Washington, D.C. Yet we know, Mr. Speaker, that things can be different. At the very beginning of the preamble of the United States Constitution, those words are written, we, the people, in order to form a more perfect union. I like that. We, the people, in order to form a more perfect union. That's a recognition of the aspirational objective that all of us should have as part of our sacred charge to make life better for the American people, while also acknowledging that at its birth and even to this day, America is not a perfect country. But the gift that we've been given is that sacred charge to strive for a more perfect union, to look out for every single American, as best we can. Now, we've seen that kind of leadership across the years, across the decades, across the centuries, particularly as it relates to the social safety net. It's a social safety net that's under extreme assault right now. Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill represents an unprecedented assault on America's social safety net. An unprecedented assault on hardworking American taxpayers. It's the exact opposite of the type of leadership that we've seen in this country that is designed to march us toward a more perfect union. It's one of the reasons why we can't forget American history. We need to learn from and lift up American history. All types of history, and I'll address that issue later, but let me also parenthetically pause and make it clear. Black history is American history. We will never let anyone erase it. We need to learn from it, not erase it. And we will never let that happen. Our history teaches us that what leadership actually does is set us on a course toward a more perfect union. And leaders have recognized that part of doing that is to make sure we are there for everyday Americans who would otherwise find themselves in an incredibly vulnerable situation. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, reflecting upon Social Security, which he championed, uttered these words: long before the economic blight of the Depression descended on the nation, millions of our people were living in wastelands of want and fear. Men and women too old and infirm to work either depended on those who had but little to share, or spent their remaining years within the walls of a poorhouse. Fatherless children early learned the meaning of being a burden to relatives or to the community. Men and women still strong, still young, but discarded as gainful workers, were drained of self-confidence and self-respect. The millions of today want and have a right to the same security their forefathers sought. The assurance that with the health and the willingness to work, they will find a place for themselves in the social and economic system of the time. Because it has become increasingly difficult for individuals to build their own security single-handed, government must now step in and help them lay the foundation stones. Just as government in the past has helped lay the foundation of business and industry. We must face the fact that in this country we have a rich man's security and a poor man's security, and that the government owes equal obligations to both. National security is not a half and half manner, it's all or none. President Roosevelt further went on to say that the Social Security Act offers to all our citizens a workable and working method of meeting urgent present needs and of forestalling future need. It utilizes the familiar machinery of our federal state government to promote the common welfare and the economic stability of the nation. The act does not offer anyone, either individually or collectively, an easy life, nor was it ever intended so to do. None of the sums of money paid out to individuals in assistance or in insurance will spell anything approaching abundance. But they will furnish that minimum necessity to keep a foothold. And that is the kind of protection Americans want. Truer words could never have been spoken. That is the type of protection that we should be building upon here in the United States Congress, not undermining. President Franklin D. Roosevelt went on to say, what we are doing is good, but it is not good enough. To be truly national, a Social Security program must include all those who need its protection. Today, many of our citizens are still excluded from old age insurance and unemployment compensation because of the nature of their employment. This must be set aright, and it will be. FDR continues to say to the American people, I am hopeful that on the basis of studies and investigations now underway, the Congress will improve and extend the law. I'm also confident that each year will bring further development in federal and state Social Security legislation. And that is as it should be. One word of warning, however, in our efforts to provide security for all of the American people, let us not allow ourselves to be misled by those who advocate shortcuts to utopia of fantastic financial schemes. We have come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. There is still today a frontier that remains unconquered, in America, unclaimed. This is the nationwide frontier of insecurity, of human want and fear. This is the frontier, the America we have set ourselves to reclaim. President Franklin D. Roosevelt pioneered Social Security, but recognized that the work was unfinished, even as it related to making sure every single American, regardless of race or position in life, would have Social Security to be able to live out their golden years with grace and dignity. President Franklin D. Roosevelt talked about this frontier that America must continue to pursue, conquering the frontier of insecurity, of human want and fear. That's leadership. That's what we should be doing here in the United States of America, Mr. Speaker, not enacting devastating cuts to health care that will hurt millions of everyday Americans. All of this is also unfolding in an environment where Social Security is now under attack. That's extraordinary to me. Social Security is a sacred promise, a sacred trust between the American people and its stewards, her stewards in government. That's why I'm so thankful for leadership as it relates to Social Security. From people like Congressman John Larson, who recognizes that our goals recognizes that leadership is not attacking Social Security. We as House Democrats, led by John Larson, are determined to protect and strengthen Social Security for the American people. Keeping FDR's promise of conquering that frontier of financial insecurity. That's what we should be doing here in the United States Congress, not attacking the social safety net, Mr. Speaker. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they constantly call things like Social Security and Medicare entitlement programs. I think they label Social Security and Medicare entitlement programs, and by the way, as a result of this one big ugly bill, Medicare will be cut potentially by more than $500 billion, the largest cut to Medicare in American history, set in motion by Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, and now co-signed, it appears, by House Republicans. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans who've also co-signed this extraordinary assault on Social Security, closing offices, cutting off access to phone service, making it harder for seniors to access their hard-earned benefits. Social Security is not an entitlement program. Medicare is not an entitlement program, Mr. Speaker. I learned this very early on in life. When I was 15 years old, I secured my first job. I was a messenger traveling from office to office in Midtown Manhattan, delivering mail, delivering packages. I was just a sophomore at Midwood High School in Brooklyn, my first job, earning minimum wage, $3.35 an hour. Thankful for that money, having been raised by my mom and dad in a working class neighborhood in central Brooklyn, $3.35 an hour, coming of age in the middle of the crack cocaine epidemic in central Brooklyn. And I couldn't wait to get my first check. And I was told that because I was working part-time and I was a high school student, that the money that I made would not be taxed. And so as I was anticipating that first check, I multiplied the amount that I was making, $3.35 per hour, by the number of hours that I expected to work during that pay period. I calculated the total, and Mr. Speaker, that money was already spent. I couldn't wait to go to Albee Square Mall in Brooklyn and get some new sneakers so I could look fresh like Run DMC. Money was already spent, Mr. Speaker, because I was told that as a high school student working part-time, my first job, the money that I would make would not be taxed. And then I got my first check. And I had two questions, Mr. Speaker. Who is FICA? And why is he taking my money? You see, Mr. Speaker, what I learned is that every single American, from your first job to every single job that you hold until your last job, pays into Social Security and Medicare through FICA. Social Security and Medicare aren't entitlement programs, they are earned benefits. Earned benefits that people work hard for, earn throughout their entire life, and that they deserve. So keep your hands off Social Security and Medicare, the earned benefits of the American people. Hands off these earned benefits. Extraordinary that as a result of this one big ugly bill, Medicare could be cut by more than $500 billion, and these earned benefits of the American people could be jeopardized. Others have noted that because of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, the insolvency of Social Security and Medicare could be accelerated. This is the exact opposite of that sacred charge that President Franklin D. Roosevelt articulated to the nation as he reflected upon the important first step that was taken with the establishment of Social Security. He's not the only one. This is a great country, an exceptional country. So many examples of what leadership actually looks like. Leadership that we are not seeing right now from the majority in the House of Representatives. Leadership that we did not see on the Republican side of the aisle in the United States Senate in passing this disgusting abomination, and certainly we're not seeing this level of leadership coming out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But I'm thankful that we have examples of leadership echoing throughout our history that we can reflect upon, and be inspired by as we navigate our way through these challenging times. President Truman, from the great state of Missouri, Emanuel Cleaver's state, the good Reverend Dr. Emanuel Cleaver, my friend and my mentor, President Truman, shortly after ending World War II, we're so thankful for the sacrifice and the bravery and the courage of the greatest generation. A few months after, he unexpectedly became president, replaced the great FDR. November 19, 1945, he delivered a special message to Congress recommending a comprehensive health program. I want to read just a few of those words because it shows us what leadership actually looks like, what it sounds like, what it feels like to have presidential leadership that we in Congress should aspire to working with, as opposed to bending the knee to an extreme agenda reflected in this one big, ugly bill. President Truman said to this Congress in a statement recommending a comprehensive health program, millions of our citizens do not now have a full measure of opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health. Millions do not now have protection or security against the economic effects of sickness. The time has arrived for action to help them obtain that opportunity and that protection. Truman goes on to say, President Truman goes on to say, our new economic Bill of Rights should mean health security for all, regardless of residence, station, or race, everywhere in the United States of America. He says, regardless of residence, station, or race, that's presidential leadership. That brings people together, doesn't seek to divide us, which is what unfortunately is happening in the United States of America right now. President Truman goes on to say to Congress, we should resolve now that the health of this nation is a national concern, that financial barriers in the way of attaining health shall be removed, that the health of all its citizens deserves the help of all the nation. Truman goes on to articulate the challenges that exist in America as it relates to illnesses. He articulates several of them. Talks about the deficiencies in health care that existed across America. And the fact that in the aftermath of World War II, it was clear that so many people without coverage were medically infirm. And he made clear that's unacceptable in the United States of America. He articulated a forward-looking vision for universal health care, aspirational vision, a vision designed to lift the American people up, not rip health care away from them, which is what this one big, ugly bill will do, ripping health care away for more than 17 million Americans. That's shameful. It disgusts me that we're on the floor of the House of Representatives right now having to push back so aggressively against an all-out assault on the health care of the American people when we should be trying to lift them up in a manner consistent, Mr. Speaker, with what President Truman once charged this Congress with doing. And of course, he wasn't the only one. We're thankful for other leaders who worked with this Congress in prior years to actually advance the health, safety, and well-being of the American people. President Lyndon Baines Johnson, in connection with the Great Society, inspired in part by his own experiences growing up in the hill country of Texas, seeing rural poverty and the devastating impacts of it. Something that he was inspired to address, as opposed to this one big, ugly Republican bill that will result in rural hospitals closing in the United States of America. That's not the type of leadership that this country needs, that rural America needs. Thankful that we have examples of the type of leadership that hopefully, Mr. Speaker, we can aspire to achieving in this country. President Lyndon Baines Johnson, in connection with the signing of Medicare and Medicaid, spoke to the American people. He said, because the need for this action is plain, and it is so clear indeed that we marvel not simply at the passage of this bill, but what we marvel at is that it took so many years to pass it. And I am so glad that Amy Farrand is here to see it finally passed and signed, one of the first authors. There are more than 18 million Americans over the age of 65. Most of them have low incomes. Most of them are threatened by illness and medical expenses that they cannot afford. And through this new law, Mr. President, every citizen will be able, in his productive years, when he is earning, to insure himself against the ravages of illness in his old age. President Johnson was referring to President Harry Truman, who was there at the signing ceremony, having recognized President Truman's vision. He says, and through this new law, Mr. President, every citizen will be able, in his productive years, when he is earning, to insure himself against the ravages of illness in his old age. That was the beauty of Medicare. You pay into it, it's an earned benefit. And you can reap the benefits in your golden years. President Johnson went on to say this insurance will help pay for care in hospitals, in skilled nursing homes, or in the home. It's ironic. That's what presidential leadership looks like. LBJ says this insurance will help pay for care in hospitals, in skilled nursing homes, or in the home. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we're here 60 years later, and Republicans are trying to jam a budget down the throats of the American people that will close hospitals, close nursing homes, and detonate the ability of millions of people to access home care. That's shameful. It's not the type of leadership that this country needs right now, but that's what we're getting. Chaos, cruelty, and corruption. President Johnson went on to talk about Medicaid, which is the subject of an all-out assault now by this reckless Republican budget, the GOP tax scam, this one big ugly bill. So I want to make sure that the record reflects what enlightened leadership had to say about Medicaid. The benefits under the law are as varied and broad as the marvelous modern medicine itself. If it has a few defects, such as the method of payment of certain specialists, then I'm confident those can be quickly remedied, and I hope they will be. No longer will older Americans be denied the healing miracle of modern medicine. No longer will illness crush and destroy the savings that they have so carefully put away over a lifetime so that they may enjoy dignity in their later years. No longer will young families see their own incomes and their own hopes eaten away. No longer will this nation refuse the hand of justice to those who have given a lifetime of service and wisdom and labor to the progress of this progressive country. Medicare and Medicaid benefit older Americans right now. People who have given a lifetime of service and wisdom and labor to the progress of this progressive country, as LBJ spoke to. And this bill, Mr. President, again, a nod to President Harry Truman, is even broader than that. It will increase Social Security benefits for all of our older Americans. It will improve a wide range of health and medical services for Americans of all ages. And then President Lyndon Baines Johnson leans in on the importance of Medicaid with a greater degree of precision. He says, but there is another tradition that we share today. Calls upon us never to be indifferent toward despair, commands us never to turn away from helplessness. It directs us never to ignore or to spurn those who suffer untended in a land that is bursting with abundance. And this is not just our tradition, or even the tradition of the nation. It is as old as the day it was first commanded. Thou shalt open thine hand wide unto thy brother. to thy poor, to thy needy in thy land. Is that what we're doing here today in the United States Congress? Opening our hands of grace and compassion and responsibility to our fellow Americans, our fellow citizens? No, that's not what Donald Trump's one big ugly bill is all about. It's an assault on everyday Americans to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks. That's extraordinary. President Clinton, in the 1990s, talked about the Children's Health Insurance Program. Program designed to make sure that children in this country would have access to the medical care they needed to live a life of dignity and respect. And it's extraordinary to me, Mr. Speaker, that in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, the eligibility for the Children's Health Insurance Program will also be diminished as part of an all-out assault on the health care of the American people. So I thought it not robbery in the time that I have that we lift up the original spirit of the Children's Health Insurance Program. President Clinton said to the nation, because we have acted, millions of children across this country will be able to get medicine and have their sight and hearing tested and see dentists and doctors for the first time. Millions of young Americans will be able to go on to college. Millions of Americans not so young will be able to go back to school to get the education and training they need to succeed in life. Millions of families will have more to spend on their own children's needs and upbringing. This budget is an investment in their future and in America's. You see, budgets are moral documents. And in our view, Mr. Speaker, budgets should be designed to lift people up. This reckless Republican budget that we are debating right now on the floor of the House of Representatives tears people down. This reckless Republican budget is an immoral document. And everybody should vote no against it because of how it attacks children and seniors and everyday Americans and people with disabilities. This reckless Republican budget is an immoral document. And that is why I stand here on the floor of the House of Representatives with my colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus to stand up and push back against it with everything we have on behalf of the American people. In the spirit of John Lewis, show up, stand up, and speak up for what we know is right. It's an immoral document that we're debating right now on the House of Representatives. This budget also represents an attack on the Affordable Care Act. For some reason, Republicans have been obsessed, Mr. Speaker, with attacking the Affordable Care Act. Gave it a nickname, Obamacare. But the great Jim Clyburn flipped the script and said, yes, it's Obamacare because President Barack Obama cares about the American people, just like we do as House Democrats. That's not what is being reflected right now on the other side of the aisle. We care about the American people. We care about their health. We care about their safety. We care about their well-being. And so I'm proud to stand here on the floor saying, yeah, we're going to continue to defend Obamacare until the very end, no matter what it takes. So President Obama spoke to this Congress as well. We talked about presidential leadership. We've seen it year after year, decade after decade, century after century. President Lincoln, President Roosevelt, President Truman, President Johnson, President Clinton, President Obama lifting up the American people. On the health care issue. So I think it's important that these words as well continue to echo out throughout America. President Obama said that there's still tremendous hardship all across the country. But there is a sense that we are making progress because of you. But even before this crisis, he of course speaks about the Great Recession. Even before this crisis, each and every one of us knew that there were millions of Americans across America, millions of people across America who are living their own quiet crises. Maybe because they had a child who had a pre-existing condition. And no matter how desperate they were, no matter what insurance company they called, they couldn't get coverage for that child. Maybe it was somebody who had been forced into early retirement, in their 50s, not yet eligible for Medicare. And they couldn't find a job. And they couldn't find health insurance. Despite the fact that they had some sort of chronic condition that had to be tended to. And now we're on the threshold of doing something about it, he said to the United States Congress, Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi and others who were great partners in this effort. He said, and now we're on the threshold of doing something about it. We're a day away. This is aspirational leadership. After a year of debate, after every argument has been made by just about everybody, we're 24 hours away. But it may also be possible, referring to his critics that existed at the time, who sat on the other side of the aisle. He said, but it may also be possible that they realize after health reform passes and I sign that legislation into law, that it's going to be a little harder to mischaracterize what this effort has been all about. Because this year, small businesses will start getting tax credits so that they can offer health insurance to employees who currently don't have it. Because this year, those same parents who are worried about getting coverage for their children with pre-existing conditions now are assured that insurance companies have to give them coverage this year. Because this year, insurance companies won't suddenly be able to drop your coverage when you get sick, or impose lifetime limits or restrictive limits on the coverage that you have. President Obama went on to say, maybe they know that this year, for the first time, young people will be able to stay on their parents' health insurance until they're 26 years old. The Affordable Care Act was a tremendous step in the right direction. It's aspirational leadership. Tens of millions of Americans now have health insurance coverage as a result of the Affordable Care Act. But this reckless Republican budget, this one big, ugly bill that President Donald Trump has directed my Republican colleagues to sign off on, to recklessly rubber stamp, and to bend the knee to, even though this bill and its assault on health care, on Medicaid, on the Children's Health Insurance Program, on Medicare, and on Obamacare will rip away health care coverage from the people my Republican colleagues are here in Washington to represent. It's extraordinary to me that as a result of this one big ugly bill, this all-out assault on health care in this country, millions of people are going to lose coverage, thrown off of health care, set in motion a chain of events where hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, people unable to get the care that they need to live a life of dignity and respect. And that as a result of the all-out Republican assault on health care in the United States of America, people will die. Tens of thousands, perhaps year after year after year, as a result of the Republican assault on the health care of the American people. I'm sad. I never thought that I'd be on the House floor saying that this is a crime scene. And House Democrats want no part of it. No part of it. It's a crime scene going after the health and the safety and the well-being of the American people. And Mr. Speaker, we want no part of it, which is why we're fighting so hard to stop it. Serving in the United States Congress on this glorious floor, having to be part of a crime scene. Shameful. All-out assault on the American people. President Biden worked hard with many of the people in this Congress who still serve to try to build upon this great legacy, this journey that we've been on, set in motion in modern American presidential history by FDR, inspired by the great vision of President Truman, enhanced in years that were cut short far too early by President Kennedy, and then powered in such an extraordinary way by President Lyndon Baines Johnson. Built upon aspirationally by President Jimmy Carter. And then advanced the Children's Health Insurance Program by President Bill Clinton. Furthered in such an extraordinary way by President Barack Obama. And then built upon and enhanced by President Biden. None of us are perfect, but that's part of our march toward a more perfect union. That's part of the charge that we have as public servants, given that sacred charge in the preamble of the United States Constitution. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, leadership that tries to perfect the American journey. President Biden spoke to this in August of 2022. Talked about the challenges, pushing back against special interests that are often the forces trying to stop progress on behalf of the American people. This one big, ugly bill is filled with giveaways to special interests here in Washington, D.C. I'm disgusted by that. It's not what lawmaking should be about. President Biden, reflecting upon the challenges of making progress on behalf of the American people, says in August of 2022, and yet we've not wavered. We've not flinched. We've not given in. Instead, we're delivering results for the American people. We didn't tear down. We built up. We didn't look back. We looked forward. This law that I'm about to sign finally delivers on a promise that Washington has made for decades to the American people. Guess what? We're giving Medicare the power to negotiate. The power to negotiate lower prices on behalf of the American people. This means seniors, President Biden goes on to say, are going to pay less for their prescription drugs, while we're changing circumstances for people on Medicare by putting a cap of a maximum of $2,000 per year on their prescription drug costs, no matter what the reason for those prescriptions are. That means if you're on Medicare, you'll never have to pay more than $2,000 a year. No matter how many prescriptions you have, whether it's for cancer or any other disease, no more than $2,000 a year. I don't care who in this town is trying to take credit for something accomplished by others. President Joseph Robinette Biden did that. He did that. He did that as part of our effort to lower costs on behalf of the American people. None of us are perfect. There's still work to do. But the 46th President of the United States of America did that. Inflation Reduction Act, he went on to say, locks in lower health care premiums for millions of families who get their coverage under the Affordable Care Act. Last year, a family of 4 saved on average $2,400 through the American Rescue Plan that I signed into law that Congress voted in place. President Biden's talking about the continuation of our march toward a more perfect union, the work that we in this Congress, many of us who had the privilege to serve over the last few years, did to try to expand and strengthen the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, by enhancing the premium tax credits available so that millions of additional Americans would actually have the ability to get access to health care. And in this one big, ugly bill, Republicans are setting in motion the explosion of those tax credits that are designed to provide affordable health care coverage to the American people. Leadership requires courage, conviction, compassion. And yet what we've seen from this administration and its co-conspirators on the Republican side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, is cruelty, chaos, and corruption. And it's all been morphed into a toxic mix now contained in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. An extraordinary assault on the health care of the American people. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that I've taken to the House floor to share stories from the American people. Stories that are too numerous to articulate in the time available to us in connection with debating this bill. But I'm going to do my best to make sure that we have a representative sample of why so many Americans all across this country went to bed in fear and are now waking up in horror because Republicans are trying to jam this one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people. An assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance, an assault on children, an assault on veterans, an assault on farmers, an assault on everyday Americans. Crystal, who's also from the great state of Alaska, said that after my husband passed away suddenly, I was unprepared to pay all the bills as a part-time stay-at-home mom, and working part-time while my young girls were in school. I applied for SNAP benefits. And was so thankful I received them, for it helped me so much. And I was so thankful it put food on our table. I didn't have to worry about how I was going to buy groceries while paying the other bills I had to take care of. The SNAP program has helped me many times, and through those times, I was struggling financially. And so I'm so thankful it was there when I needed it most. I am no longer on the program, but it was one of the biggest blessings in my life. During those hard years after my loss, thank you to the government for helping me. We all need help at times in life. And I think this program should remain available to those who really need it, who are struggling. Thank you, Crystal, for sharing your story with us. Mr. Speaker, Talise wrote to us, lives in Alabama's 5th Congressional District, a district currently represented by Dale Strong. So thankful for the representation of my good friends Terry Sewell and Shamari Figures in the great state of Alabama. Talise writes to us, I'm a single mom doing everything with my one income. My ex-husband refuses to pay child support or split the cost of anything related to my daughter. If it wasn't for SNAP, we'd probably have very little in terms of food because I am always running on E. I'm so beyond grateful for the assistance. Curtis writes to us, Mr. Speaker, from the great state of Arizona, in my disabled senior status, I would be in a dire nutritional status, if not mostly for the SNAP nutritional assistance, a godsend. For so many Americans, that is what SNAP has been, a godsend in a time of need. And now the nutritional assistance benefits will be ripped away from millions of Americans in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, a bill that Republicans are prepared to recklessly rubber stamp. We also heard from Diana, great state of California. Diana writes, SNAP has helped my family tremendously during this difficult time. We really appreciate all the help. My husband was diagnosed with cancer, and we have a little one at home. It's been difficult taking care of everything. Please keep this benefit to help people get on their feet. Diana lives in the Inland Empire, California's 33rd Congressional District, represented by the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar. Diana, Pete Aguilar is fighting hard for you. Just like every single House Democrat are fighting hard for the American people to protect you as best we can from this cruel assault on nutritional assistance. We're going to continue to fight hard for you. In Ohio, Julie writes to us, I'm so thankful for Amelia Sykes, Marcy Kaptur. Marcy Kaptur is the original gangster of the Ohio delegation. The longest serving woman in the history of the United States Congress, fighting hard on behalf of the people she incredibly represents. Along with Amelia and Chantel Brown and Greg Landsman, and of course, y'all know I couldn't leave out my big sister Joyce Beatty. I wanted to mention Joyce because this is part of the resilience of what we've seen from House Democrats, from Brittany Pedersen, distinguished gentlelady from the great state of Colorado, who gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, Sam, at the beginning of this year. But because House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have refused to allow proxy voting, virtual voting, for expectant mothers and new mothers throughout this year, shortly after giving birth, Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen, each and every week, often with her baby boy, Sam, has come to the United States Congress to stand with House Democrats in defense of the American people. And she did it in connection with that first vote that set this whole disgusting abomination into motion in February. That same day, Kevin Mullins showed up to vote on behalf of the American people. Just like all of us continue to do, Kevin Mullins showed up to vote despite the fact that he had been experiencing multiple surgeries, was dealing with some complications. But he understood, just like all House Democrats understand, the need to stand up in this moment and fight hard for the American people, the need to be here throughout this entire toxic journey that Republicans have set us on. Connection with this one big, ugly bill. Kevin Mullins, coming off of multiple surgeries, rolled out of his hospital bed, got on a plane from Northern California, took his wife with him so that she could change his IV on the plane across the country to be here and stand with his sisters and brothers in the House Democratic Caucus family to push back against this one big ugly bill. I was so thankful, so appreciative to see the great Joyce Beatty, who's been battling some issues, working her way through them, putting off surgeries for as long as she could. And yet, perhaps against some of the advice that she may have received, understood, as she said in her own words, the importance of being here on behalf of the American people, to stand up and push back against Trump's one big ugly bill, because it will have devastating consequences for everyday Americans. Thank you, Joyce Beatty, for your courage, your strength, and your resilience on behalf of the people that you represent in the great state of Ohio and people all across the country. That's what we do as House Democrats, and you're leading by example. And I could tell stories about every single one of us who in this moment recognizes that we have to keep rising to the occasion because of the extraordinary assault that has been launched against the American people by Donald Trump and complete Republican control here in Washington. Let's understand who is doing you in. People on the other side of the aisle. It's not too late. All we need are 4 Republicans to join us, to show John McCain levels of courage. Not on the battlefield, as he did in such an extraordinary way. And yes, Mr. President, John McCain was an American hero and patriot. An American hero and patriot. I may have disagreed with him on a whole host of issues. We cannot disagree with the fact that he was an American patriot and a war hero who served this country overseas. And then he came back home after being a POW year after year after year. And got elected to the United States House of Representatives. Did I get that right, y'all? To the United States House of Representatives. Just making sure y'all are paying attention. All good things start in the United States House of Representatives, as far as we're concerned. And then he went over to the Senate. And then in one of his final acts of courage, he pushed back against the effort to rip away health care from millions of Americans. All we need is 4 Republicans to show John McCain levels of courage when it comes to protecting the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people, protecting the nutritional assistance of the American people. I think earlier today, I may have neglected to mention the leadership of Jim McGovern, who's done an extraordinary job leading the charge on the Rules Committee as we've pushed back against this all-out assault on the American people. Hour after hour after hour after hour, Jim McGovern, the members of the Rules Committee, and so many members of the House Democratic Caucus pushing amendment after amendment, debating hard against this one big ugly bill on behalf of the American people. Jim McGovern, of course, longtime champion for combating hunger in the United States of America. So thankful for Jim's resilience and his strength, even in the face of great tragedy. Continues to battle hard on behalf of the American people. Julie writes, SNAP has been an amazing help to my family. Very grateful to receive it. I'm a single mom of twin 13-year-old girls. I've been on my own with my girls since they were 1 and have never received child support. I do work. People who receive Medicaid work. People who receive SNAP work. So some people in this town need to stop lying to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I said some people in this town need to stop lying to the American people. Julie said, I do work, but don't make enough money to cover all my expenses. It's a big misunderstanding that people on SNAP don't have jobs. My children would eat very poorly if I didn't have SNAP. I would have to rely on church food pantries, and they could only offer the bare minimum. The food banks don't give basics like milk and bread. That's Julie's experience. Mr. Speaker, she lives in Ohio's 14th Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Congressman David Joyce. We heard from Mark from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Mark says, I've collected Medicaid and SNAP benefits for over a decade now. I may well have found myself in a worse place if not for these programs. Giving freely and charitably is the way of Jesus. Reverend Cleaver, some people in this chamber need to hear those words again. Giving freely and charitably is the way of Jesus. That's someone who's talking like a Matthew 25 and 35 Christian. SNAP and Social Security benefits have been life-saving for me. They literally keep me alive. I suffer from severe depression, anxiety, OCD, and have Asperger's. This is why I'm on Social Security and SNAP. I believe that everyone should have access to these benefits. And in an ideal world, our communities would be centered around love, harmony, and the protection of each other. That's real love. Not fake love, like promising to love and cherish Medicaid, and then turning around and presiding over the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, which is what Donald Trump's one big ugly bill represents. Mark says, I believe that everyone should have access to these benefits. And in an ideal world, our communities would be centered around love, harmony, and the protection of each other. That's the kind of leadership that this country needs and deserves right now, but that's the kind of leadership it's not getting from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. Speaker, Mark lives in Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District. I believe that district is represented by our colleague, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. I want to ask the question, what happened earlier today? How was it that a few hours ago, several of my Republican colleagues had principled opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill? Several hours ago, how is it that so many of our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, had principled opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill? Either because of the devastating assault on Medicaid, health care, supplemental nutritional assistance, assault on veterans, assault on clean energy jobs, assault on the cost of living, which is represented in this bill, or because of the assault on the fiscal irresponsibility of a bill that will explode the deficit, increase the debt by trillions of dollars, send us on a death spiral, potentially, as it relates to our economy. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that so many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle had principled opposition just a few hours ago and now seem prepared to fold on the floor of the House of Representatives? Don't you have some responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to say to the American people what happened? What deals were cut? What occurred in the back room? It will all come out, one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. Incredible to me that this Congress is on the verge of ripping food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors as a result of this one big ugly bill in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks and exploding the debt in the process. I mentioned earlier in my remarks that as House Democrats, we envision a different country than the one that is being ravaged by such extremism right now. Imagine a country where every single American can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. Work hard, play by the rules, live the good life. That's the America that we should be working hard right now to bring about for every single American. But we know there are far too many Americans in this country struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That should not be the case in this great country. The wealthiest country in the history of the world, a country that has become far too expensive for far too many people. Donald Trump promised to lower the high cost of living on day one. He made that promise to the American people. Made that promise, hadn't happened on day one, hasn't happened on month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5, month 6. It's not happening. Mr. Speaker, costs aren't going down. Costs are going up in the United States of America. Life is becoming more expensive. And it seems to me that in this great country, this Congress should be working hard to build an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. That's our plan. That's our vision. That's our goal as House Democrats, an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. Donald Trump's one big ugly bill will make life more expensive for the American people. Lynette wrote to us. She's also a resident of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. She said, I'm a single mom of 3 girls. Although my 2 older girls are out of the home, they and I struggle. I work full time, but it's not enough to get by. Without the help of SNAP and Section 8, I would not be able to afford anything. I sacrifice every day so my daughters can have food and a place to come home and call home. I get $124 a month in food stamps. $124 a month in food stamps, which isn't enough as food prices keep going up. With the little help I do get from the government, I am grateful and blessed. Last year, I passed out after a church service and was rushed to the hospital. I didn't have any insurance at this time, but I was treated. However, I could not pay back the services that I received, and I still need treatments. I have been choosing to pay for rent and food, but I have these bills and other appointments that I need to go to but don't have the extra money, and I don't qualify for Medicare, don't make enough to get insurance on the marketplace for insurance. Lynette, without the help of SNAP and Section 8, I would not be able to afford anything. Mr. Speaker, Lynette resides in Pennsylvania's 7th Congressional District, a district represented by our colleague, Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Wendy writes to us from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Says that I am a single mother of 2 children, and due to bone cancer, I now live with a disability and am unable to work. I have not only survived cancer, but my children and I also survived domestic abuse. I have been making ends meet while not working or receiving any child support for almost 2 years. To my family, SNAP is literally life or death. And while I hope that one day my circumstances will improve to the point that I will not need the assistance for now, Wendy tells us, it is our lifesaver. That's what these safety net programs represent. Lifesavers for Americans in need. And instead of protecting these life-saving programs, these life-sustaining programs, what we see from this one big ugly bill is that nutritional assistance for the American people will be decimated. And as a result, millions of Americans, our fellow Americans, are at risk of going hungry. That is not right in the United States of America. It's not right. And that is why we're fighting hard for people like Wendy, who, Mr. Speaker, lives in Virginia's 5th Congressional District, a district represented by Congressman John McGuire. Jamie, from the great state of Wisconsin, the heartland, part of the heartland of the United States of America, the magical Midwest, the hardworking people of the great state of Wisconsin. I was privileged to just be there this past weekend. Jamie said, I work, I am a single mom. I need help to feed my kids. All the bills have skyrocketed. I'm doing this on my own. Please don't take away SNAP. That's a plea that I think is being heard all across this land. Please don't take away SNAP. It's a lifesaver. It's being ripped away from the American people as part of this Republican effort, Mr. Speaker, to provide massive tax breaks for billionaires. Jamie is represented, she lives in the 3rd Congressional District of Wisconsin, currently represented, Mr. Speaker, by Congressman Derek Van Orden. Healthcare under assault. Nutritional assistance under assault. Farmers in this country have also been under assault. One of the reasons why so many Americans are cynical about our politics of the moment is that there are people who run for office, they say one thing and then they do the exact opposite. And many of the policies that we've seen come out of the Trump administration are inconsistent with the rhetorical promises that were made on the campaign trail. Donald Trump and House Republicans promising to look out for people in farm country, and then supporting policies that do the exact opposite. April is from Iowa. Says that 4th-generation farmer on land her family has worked for almost 125 years in north-central Iowa. And then says, if there's all this uncertainty out there, how can we plan? We need a path forward. It's like changing a tire while we're still driving down the road. That's what our farmers are being asked to do, change a tire while they're still driving down the road because of the uncertainty that has been unleashed by an administration far too focused on chaos, cruelty, and corruption. Those are my words. April goes on to say, we're kind of holding our breath for this fall. That's when it will hurt the most farmers. We need trade with Mexico and Canada too. That's why I think the reciprocal tariffs are going to hurt us more. We get fertilizer from Canada. We get parts and products made in Mexico. As House Democrats, we're focused on creating more good-paying jobs, on economic strategies that make sense, that are designed to lift up the American people. But I can't find anything in this 900-plus page bill that is actually designed to permanently sustain a positive trajectory for farmers in this country and for everyday Americans. In fact, the chaotic uncertainty of the economic policies that have been unleashed by the Trump administration and complete Republican rule in Washington, D.C., will have devastating consequences for the American people and for farmers like April. John writes to us from the great state of North Carolina. He says to us, not many families can say this, black families, that is, but we've been here for over 100 years. My great-grandfather, my grandfather on both sides, and my father were all farmers. Honestly, I cannot understand it. I have not heard anybody from that administration that could tell me anything that makes any sense of what he's causing. John further writes, you cannot take a chainsaw and do surgery. I'm going to plant about 50% less than I would normally because I don't know what the price is going to be. I don't want to take the risk of putting even more out there. What we've seen from the Trump administration, from this so-called DOGE effort, and from our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, is deeply troubling. Republicans are trying to take a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, a chainsaw to Medicaid, a chainsaw to the health care of the American people, a chainsaw to nutritional assistance for hungry children, a chainsaw to farm country, and a chainsaw to vulnerable Americans. But as House Democrats, we're here to make clear, Mr. Speaker, we're determined to take a chainsaw to Project 2025. A chainsaw, a chainsaw, a chainsaw to Project 2025 on behalf of the American people. We don't want this country to go backward. We want this country to go forward. And so no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, we're going to take a chainsaw to your Project 2025. That's what we're prepared to do. Thank you, John, from North Carolina. One last farmer whose voice I want to elevate at this moment. And then I'd like to have a discussion about, anchored around some of the things that our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have said during this entire process. Correspondence that has been written by Republicans as it relates to this one big ugly bill. Correspondence that I'm struggling to understand now, because it appears that almost every single House Republican is prepared to recklessly rubber stamp Donald Trump's extreme agenda and sign off on this one big ugly bill. So I'm going to go through some of the correspondence momentarily that maybe at some point our Republican colleagues can help us figure out. But I want to enter into the record one last story from a farmer. Can we respect the farmers in the United States of America? Can we respect them? We began this country as an agrarian economy. We should respect the farmers in this country as I'm telling their stories. On the eve of our 249th birthday, can we respect the farmers in this country who we're working hard to defend? Susie is from Missouri. In a district, Mr. Speaker, represented by Ways and Means Chairman, our colleague, Jason Smith. She writes to us, she says that Susie and her husband, they moved back to her family farm over 2 decades ago, where they raised their children, including a son with complex medical needs who relies on Medicaid for essential therapies and care. Over the years, Susie has seen firsthand how Medicaid has been a lifeline for families like hers, especially in rural communities. A proud mother and daughter of hardworking Missourians, Susie apparently has voted for both Democrats and Republicans, and her husband is a registered Republican. But as farmers, they both believe that access to health care should never be a partisan issue. We agree. Thank you, Susie. Access to health care in the United States of America should never be a partisan issue. It should never be considered a privilege just for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It is a right that should be available to every single American, and that is what we are fighting hard right now to defend here in the United States of America, and to push back against this one big, ugly bill. As I mentioned earlier, in the time that I have remaining, I certainly want to share the story of some of our veterans. Share a few stories of some of our small business owners who will also be under assault as part of this one big ugly bill. And share the stories of hardworking and law-abiding immigrant families who also will be targeted by this one big ugly bill. But I did want to take a little time at this moment to enter into the record some of the statements that have been made, Mr. Speaker, by our Republican colleagues. That I just don't understand. I mean, I am flummoxed by some of these statements. I've always wanted to use that word, y'all.
Minimal suspend. House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside the chamber. Please take your conversations outside the chamber. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping to seek some clarification at some point after I'm able to yield the floor. But I'm still here to take my sweet time on behalf of the American people. Because it was totally unacceptable that you would try to jam this bill, Mr. Speaker, down the throats of the American people with 15 minutes allocated for a debate that would hurt everyday Americans, allocated to the committees of jurisdiction. 15 minutes. And so now I'm here with my House Democratic colleagues 4 taking our sweet time on behalf of the American people. And I'm flummoxed. Maybe it's flummoxed. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I always wanted to use that word. I can't spell it, but I know what it means. I'm confused by many of these statements, so I'm trying to enter them into the record and then perhaps at some point get some clarification. Talking about Medicaid cuts, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Vice President said these cuts are immaterial. Are you kidding me? Immaterial? I'm perplexed. I'm astonished. I'm confused that someone who sits in the second highest office in the land would say that Medicaid cuts, $1 trillion or so of Medicaid cuts that are in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill are immaterial. I'm confused, Mr. Speaker, by the statement that was made by the former Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, who, when talking about the Medicaid cuts that millions of Americans have been reaching out to us, pouring into us their heartfelt concerns at the devastating impact that these Medicaid cuts will have on their health, their safety, and their well-being. I'm confused, Mr. Speaker, by the statement that Mitch McConnell made. He said, people will get over it. No, Mitch. The American people will not get over it, but they will get even next November. That's what's going to happen because of these cuts being unleashed on the American people. I'm confused, perplexed, astonished, flummoxed by some of these statements. This one is a beauty. In the great state of Iowa, Senator Joni Ernst she showed up at a town hall meeting in Iowa. First of all, I'll give her credit for showing up at a town hall meeting because House Republicans were instructed not to show up at town hall meetings. So she shows up, Mr. Speaker, at a town hall meeting, is questioned about the fact that health care in America, that the Medicaid is a question of life or death. And when asked by one of her constituents about the concern that was had, the fact that people will die as a result of the devastating cuts to Medicaid and health care that are in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, Senator Ernst says, we're all going to die anyway. Yes, Joni, the American people understand that at some point all of us will transition. But the American people do not deserve to die as a result of the Republican cruelty that is in this legislation do not deserve to die as a result of the cruelty that is embedded, Mr. Speaker, in this legislation. Ending Medicaid as we know it, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. And as a result of this all-out assault on health care in America. And Mr. Speaker, there are 220 Republicans who I serve with in this Congress, and I wish I had time to go through the impact in all 220 districts. Actually, since I have unlimited time, maybe I do. But, Mr. Speaker, I figured that, I'll start in my home state of New York. Mr. Speaker, in New York's 1st Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Congressman Nick LaLota, approximately 50,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In New York's 24th Congressional District, Mr. Speaker, represented by our colleague, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, over 30,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In parts of Western New York, an upstate district, New York 23, currently represented by Congressman Nick Langworthy, approximately 35,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care as a result of Trump's one big ugly bill. In New York 17, currently represented by Congressman Mike Lawler, more than 30,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In New York 21, the North Country, represented by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, welcome back to Congress. I'm sorry it did not work out for you. That's a lesson that should be learned by all those who pledge fealty to the wannabe king. That's right. But I digress. New York's 21st Congressional District, currently represented by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, approximately 44,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In Long Island, Suffolk County, part of Long Island, currently represented in Nassau County by two amazing colleagues, Tom Swazi and Laura Gillen. But in Suffolk County, New York's 2nd Congressional District, currently represented by Congressman Andrew Garbarino, 48,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In Suffolk County, in New York's 2nd Congressional District, as a result of Trump's one big ugly bill. And in the 11th Congressional District, a district that includes all of Staten Island, A district, Mr. Speaker, currently represented by Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis. More than 50,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill on Staten Island and in New York's 11th Congressional District. I don't think the Wu-Tang Clan would approve of that. It's incredible to me. In district after district after district, Mr. Speaker, represented by my Republican colleagues, so many Americans will stand to lose their health care as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Now, this is not just a Democratic perspective. We stand by that perspective. We'll continue to articulate that view and forcefully defend the health care of the American people, but it's not just a Democratic perspective. And so I thought that it was important that we enter into the record some of the words, Mr. Speaker, of members of the House Republican Conference who wrote directly to you, Mr. Speaker, in their own words, talking about the challenges of this one big ugly bill. February 19th of this year, in a letter written to the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the subject line was, "Protecting American Communities in the Budget Reconciliation Process." For all of the American people who may be watching the floor of the House of Representatives right now, that's the process that we're in. It's one big ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, Republicans chose to go down this road because Republicans are uninterested in actually trying to find bipartisan solutions to solving problems on behalf of the American people. And so we're in this budget reconciliation process that can avoid the filibuster in the United States Senate. And Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have been uninterested in trying to actually find bipartisan common ground. We're the party of common sense. Let's be clear about that. I'm going to be spending some time on the road talking about what common sense really is all about. Common sense certainly is not taking health care away from the American people. And so in this letter on February 19th, and I got a lot of statements that have been entered into the record, but I figured we'd start with this one. February 19th, Dear Speaker Johnson, as members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference, that's different than the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus right now is fighting hard on behalf of the health care of the American people. On the Democratic side, that's call that the real CHC. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is fighting hard on behalf of the American people. But this is a letter as members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference. Mr. Speaker, as you know, these are Republicans here in the House of Representatives. And those who represent sizable Hispanic populations. We are writing to express our concerns regarding possible funding decisions stemming from the House Budget Resolutions Committee instructions advanced on February 13, 2025. Those budget instructions, by the way, were what set this whole toxic process in motion that has resulted in this moment that we find ourselves in right now on the floor of the House of Representatives, connected to this one big, ugly bill. And in this letter, it says that while we fully support efforts to rein in wasteful spending and deliver on President Trump's agenda, let me park right there parenthetically for a moment. Nothing in this bill is about waste, fraud, and abuse. Nothing is doing anything meaningful about waste, fraud, and abuse. The letter continues, it is imperative that we do not slash programs that support American communities across our nation. It then goes on to say that the House budget resolution proposed $880 billion in cuts to programs under the jurisdiction of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, with Medicaid expected to bear the brunt of these reductions. Their words, not our words. Nearly 30% of Medicaid enrollees are Hispanic Americans, and for many families across the country, Medicaid is their only access to health care. Slashing Medicaid would have serious consequences, particularly in rural and predominantly Hispanic communities, where hospitals and nursing homes are already struggling to keep their doors open. Mr. Speaker, these are members of the House Republican Conference warning about the devastating impacts of this one big, ugly bill. It goes on to say that the House Committee on Education and the Workforce has been tasked with cutting $330 billion where federal aid for higher education, such as Pell Grants, may be a target for reductions. Once again, let me park right there parenthetically to make the observation. This bill also assaults higher education in the United States of America. That's a disgrace. And Mr. Speaker, members of the House Republican Conference predicted that that would occur. Their words, not our words. House Committee on Education and the Workforce has been tasked with cutting $330 billion where federal aid for higher education, such as Pell Grants, may be a target for reductions. Hispanic students make up a significant share of Pell Grant recipients, many of whom are first-generation college students, striving for a better future for themselves, their families, and our nation. If we are serious about empowering the next generation and strengthening our workforce, we must facilitate and not undermine opportunities that help students succeed. Finally, the House Committee on Agriculture has been directed to cut $230 billion. And then, Mr. Speaker, our Republican colleagues go on to write, while we fully support efforts to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse, by the way, that's all fake, we support a federal government that's effective, that's efficient, that's equitable, that eliminates waste, fraud, and abuse. That's not what this bill is all about. But it goes on to say, while we fully support efforts to eliminate fraud, waste, and abuse, We must ensure that assistance programs such as SNAP remain protected. I mean, I'm just confused. Remain protected as nearly 22% of Hispanic families rely on this critical program as a temporary safety net during difficult times. And then this letter concludes, written to you, Mr. Speaker, by the Congressional Hispanic Conference. Hispanic Americans are the future of the Republican Party. I'll reserve judgment on that statement. As House Democrats, we're going to fight for every single community in the United States of America, including the Hispanic community. Every single community. We want every single community to experience the good life, to afford to be able to live the good life. That's what we want. For every single community, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. That's what we want for every community. But the Congressional Hispanic Conference, they write, in closing to you, Mr. Speaker, that these Hispanic Americans are closely watching to see if we will govern in a way that honors their values and delivers results. Just to make sure that appropriate authorship is conferred, I'm going to enter the names of the signatories to this extraordinary letter. Mr. Speaker, Tony Gonzalez, Nicole Maliatakis, Monica de la Cruz, David Valadeo, who represents more Medicaid recipients than any other member of Congress, Juan Ciscomani, Rob Bresnahan, what a beauty, James Moylan, Kimberlyn King Hines. They all signed this letter. And the question that many Americans have to ask right now is that after signing a letter indicating your commitment, Mr. Speaker, to protecting Medicaid and SNAP and access to affordable higher education through Pell Grants, how is it possible that, Mr. Speaker, some of our Republican colleagues will turn around and devastate Medicaid, devastate supplemental nutritional assistance, and devastate the ability of Hispanic communities to achieve the type of upward mobility, in part through higher education, that is talked about in this letter? That letter was written in February. And then we go to March. Can I talk about it? I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to take my sweet time on behalf of the American people. And so on March 9th, there's a letter that's written to Ways and Means Chairman Jason Smith, Mr. Speaker. By my count, 21 Republicans signed this letter. And it's about the importance of the clean energy economy in the United States of America. I would assume, based on this letter, that all of the signatories to this particular piece of correspondence are now horrified by the attack on clean energy jobs, and the clean energy economy in this one big ugly bill. But we'll see shortly, because everyone is going to have to go on record. But in this particular letter, written on March 9th, Mr. Speaker, 21 members of the House Republican Conference write to Chairman Jason Smith: countless American companies are utilizing sector-wide energy tax credits, many of which have enjoyed broad support in Congress to make major investments in domestic energy production and infrastructure for traditional and renewable energy sources alike. Both our constituencies and the energy industry alike remain concerned about disruptive changes to our nation's energy tax structure. With all this in mind, the letter continues toward the end. We request that any proposed changes to the tax code be conducted in a targeted and pragmatic fashion that promotes conference priorities without undoing current and future private sector investments, which will continue to increase domestic manufacturing, promote energy innovation, and keep utility costs down. I mean, the language that was chosen there is pretty interesting, but the translation is protect the clean energy economy. That's what this letter was all about. Written by my count, 21 House Republicans. Mr. Speaker, Andrew R. Garbarino, Jennifer Kiggins, Juan Ciscomani, Gabe Evans, David Valadeo. What a prolific writer. Mark Amadei, Michael Lawler, Young Kim, Don Bacon, Vince Fong, Jeff Hurd, Tom H. Kane Jr., Nick LaLota, John James, Ryan McKenzie, Rob Bresnahan, Marionette J. Miller Meeks, Earl L. Buddy Carter, Dan Newhouse, Eric Hoshin, and David P. Joyce, all writing in support of a clean energy economy. We as House Democrats, we know that there's an all-of-above approach that is underway right now, but we support wind and solar energy, renewable energy, because renewable energy is cheaper energy, and cheaper energy means reducing the high cost of living for everyday Americans. That's what we as House Democrats support. And yet, I'm perplexed because this letter was written, but the one big ugly bill represents an extraordinary and unprecedented assault on clean energy and cheaper energy in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question, what are those 21 Republicans going to do when it comes to voting for this one big ugly bill? And then we've got another letter in April. So we've got a February letter, a March letter, an April letter. Quite elegant with these letters. April 14th, 2025, this is correspondence written by 13 House Republicans, Mr. Speaker. Written to you and Steve Scalise. Majority Leader written to Tom Emmer. The Majority Whip, and written to Brent Guthrie, the Chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee. It says, as members of Congress who helped deliver a Republican majority, many of us representing districts with high rates of constituents who depend on Medicaid, we would like to reiterate our strong support for this program. By the way, a program that the one big ugly bill now will cut and devastate, gut, Mr. Speaker, by almost $1 trillion. In this letter, 13 Republicans say we would like to reiterate our strong support for this program that ensures our constituents have reliable health care. Balancing the federal budget must not come at the expense of those who depend on these benefits for their health and economic security. Mr. Speaker, that's their words, not our words. And then this bill makes an extraordinary declaration. And I think it's important for us to understand who led this bill. David Valadao. These are just facts, Mr. Speaker. Publicly issued letters. David Valadao, Don Bacon, Jeff Van Drew, Rob Bresnahan, Juan Ciscomani, Jen Kiggins, Young Kim, the usual suspects. Robert J. Whitman, Nicole Maliatakis, Nick LaLota, Andrew R. Garbarino, Jeff Hurd, and Michael V. Lawler. By my count, 13 members. And in some of the relevant portions of this letter, it says to strengthen Medicaid,